The email arrived at 3:47 p.m. on a Friday, just as I was wrapping up my fourth consecutive 70-hour week. Congratulations, Victoria. You've been selected for the senior director position. Please see HR Monday morning to complete the paperwork. I stared at the screen, tears blurring my vision. 5 years of grinding, sacrificing weekends, missing family gatherings, living on takeout, and ambition. It had finally paid off. Senior Director of Marketing at 31, with a salary that would let me pay off my student loans and maybe finally afford a life outside the office. I called my mom first, still riding the high. "That's wonderful, sweetheart," she said, but her tone was oddly flat. "Have you told Marcus?" My older brother. Of course that would be her first concern. "No, why would I?" "He's having a really hard time, Vicky. Maybe don't mention the money part when you tell him." "Mom, I worked for this. I earned this." "I know, honey. Just be sensitive. You know how he gets." I knew exactly how he got. Marcus, 3 years older, and somehow still convinced the world of his success without effort. Marcus, who'd been fired from 6 jobs in 4 years for various combinations of not showing up, insubordination, and what his last employer called gross incompetence. Marcus, who had 2 kids with his wife Brittany and used them as an excuse for why everyone else should solve his problems. I decided not to call them at all. By Sunday night, I regretted that decision. My phone had been blowing up with texts from various family members, all variations of the same theme. Think about what's best for the family. Marcus has children to feed. Don't be selfish. Blood is thicker than water. The story, as I pieced together, was this. Mom had told Marcus about my promotion. Marcus had immediately decided that I should either give him the job or give him half my salary. When Mom gently suggested that wasn't how jobs worked, he'd gone nuclear, calling every aunt, uncle, and cousin with his sob story about his selfish sister who cares more about money than family. I was contemplating changing my number when my dad called. "Victoria, we need to discuss this promotion situation." "There's no situation, Dad. I got promoted. End of story. Your brother has 2 children. Your brother has a wife with a job and 2 hands that could also hold a job. Don't be flippant. A man needs to provide for his family." Then he should have thought of that before getting fired from Costco for stealing electronics. Silence. Then, that was never proven. "Dad, they had him on camera. The point is, he needs this more than you do. You're single. No kids, you can live on less." I'm hanging up now. "I already called your boss." My blood turned to ice. "You what?" I explained the situation to Mr. Davidson. How it would be better for everyone if Marcus got this opportunity instead. He seemed very interested in what I had to say. I hung up and immediately called my boss's cell. No answer. Then his assistant. Also no answer. It was Sunday night. Of course they weren't answering. I didn't sleep that night. Monday morning, I arrived at the office at 6:30 a.m., 3 hours before my HR appointment. My boss's car was already in the parking lot, which was unusual. So was the head of HR's and legals. My stomach dropped. At 7 a.m., my desk phone rang. "Victoria, could you come to conference room A, please?" The walk felt like a funeral march. Inside the conference room sat my boss, Greg Davidson, HR Director, Linda Martinez, and 2 people I didn't recognize. A man and woman in serious suits that screamed legal. "Sit down, Victoria," Linda said gently. Too gently. "Am I being fired?" The words tumbled out. "What?" "No." Greg looked genuinely shocked. "Why would you think?" "No, Victoria. You're not fired. But we need to discuss some serious allegations that were brought to our attention." "My father." "Your father called me yesterday," Greg confirmed. "He made some very interesting claims about you. Said you've been stealing from the company to fund a gambling addiction, that you manipulated performance reviews, that you threatened to blackmail me if you didn't get this promotion." I felt the blood drain from my face. He said what? He also said, Linda interjected, that your brother Marcus would be willing to testify to all of this in court, as he'd witnessed your crimes firsthand. That's insane. Marcus has never even been to this office. "We know," the male lawyer said. "We checked visitor logs. But that's not the interesting part." He slid a piece of paper across the table, a printout of a LinkedIn message. From Marcus Chen to Greg Davidson. Subject: Business proposition. If you fire my sister and hire me instead, I can guarantee the fraud investigation goes away. I have documents that prove she's been embezzling. Meet me and let's discuss terms. I'm much more reasonable than her, and I actually need this job. Win-win. When did you receive this? I asked. 2 hours after your father's call, Greg said, which was interesting timing. Even more interesting was the attachment. Another paper slid across. A crudely photoshopped bank statement showing deposits from our company account to an account with my name on it. Except the account number was wrong. The bank logo was from a bank I'd never used, and the amounts were ridiculous. Who embezzles exactly $10,000 every month for a year? This is fake, I said. Obviously, Linda agreed. Our forensic accountant took one look and laughed. But here's where it gets really interesting. We decided to play along. I don't understand. We invited your brother in for an interview, the female lawyer explained. Told him we were very interested in his information about your criminal activities. My mouth went dry. And? He showed up with a box of evidence. All fabricated, but in his eagerness to prove you were a criminal, he accidentally confessed to several actual crimes. Greg pulled out his phone and hit play on a recording. Marcus's voice filled the room. And I know all the passwords because I've been keylogging her computer for months. See, here's her banking info, her social media, even her dating apps. I've been collecting everything. Oh, and these company files, I got those from her laptop when she wasn't home. Had to break in through the window, but she never noticed. Been doing it for years, building my case. I've got recordings too, from the bugs I put in her apartment. Linda stopped the recording. He went on for 45 minutes, confessed to identity theft, breaking and entering, cyberstalking, wiretapping, and conspiracy to commit fraud. All recorded with his full consent. He signed the interview release form. I stared at them. He's been stalking me. For approximately 3 years, based on his timeline, the male lawyer confirmed. He knew about your promotion before you did because he's been reading your emails. He's been trying to sabotage your career so you'd have to financially support him. The performance reviews, I whispered. Last year, someone kept changing my submitted reports. That was him. He showed us how he did it. Proud of it, actually. Linda's voice was disgusted. He also took credit for the anonymous complaint about you that we received 6 months ago. The one that triggered a full investigation and found nothing. My hands were shaking. Why? Why would he do this? Money. Greg said simply. He told us his plan. Get you fired, use your crimes as blackmail to force you to support him, or take your job and income for himself. He seemed to think we'd be impressed by his initiative. Where is he now? In custody, the female lawyer said. We called the police while he was still presenting his evidence. He's being charged with multiple felonies. I sat back, trying to process everything. My brother, my own brother, had been systematically trying to destroy my life for 3 years. And my parents. My father was in on it, I said. It wasn't a question. We don't have evidence of that, Linda said carefully, but given the coordination of the calls, I need a restraining order. Already in progress, the male lawyer assured me. Against your brother. We'd recommend one against your father as well. And my job? Greg smiled for the first time. Your promotion stands. In fact, given what you've apparently been dealing with while still exceeding every performance metric, I'm recommending you for the executive track program. Anyone who can handle this level of personal sabotage while maintaining your professional standards deserves fast tracking. I don't know what to say. Say you'll help us prosecute, the female lawyer said. Your brother's activities weren't limited to you. We found evidence he's been doing similar things to former employers, ex-girlfriends, even your parents. My parents? He's been siphoning money from their accounts for years, small amounts they wouldn't notice, adding up to approximately $47,000. I thought about all the times my parents have struggled financially, all the times they'd asked me to help out just this once, all while Marcus was stealing from them. They won't believe it, I said. They'll say I set him up. Probably, Linda agreed. But that's not your problem anymore. I signed the paperwork for my promotion in a daze. The salary was even higher than I'd expected. Hazard pay. Greg joked weakly, for what I'd been through. By lunch, my phone was exploding again. Word had gotten out about Marcus's arrest. The family narrative was predictable. I set up my poor brother, jealous of his family life, trying to destroy him out of spite. My mother's voicemail was bitter. How could you? He has children. He made one mistake and you've ruined his life. You've always been jealous of him. Well, congratulations, Victoria. You win. You've torn this family apart. I didn't respond. What was the point? They'd never believe that their favorite son had betrayed us all. That afternoon, the detective on the case called. Ms. Chen, we've reviewed your brother's computer. There's a lot. Photos, recordings, logs of your movements. He's been tracking you for years. Tracking me for what? I asked. He was planning to discredit you and take over your life. He believed he deserved your success. That's unbelievable. His attorney is building an insanity defense, the detective said. And there's more. We found messages with someone labeled Dad about a second phase. Of course, my father. What was phase 2? Getting you committed. They even had a doctor willing to help. I sat down, shaken. My own father and brother were plotting to discredit me to gain control over my life. You should stay somewhere else for a while, the detective advised. We found hidden devices in your apartment. 17. I was horrified. My company relocated me temporarily and arranged security. Marcus showed up at my office demanding his job, violating a restraining order. He was arrested again. Calls poured in from relatives, repeating the same line. Family helps family. No one acknowledged what had really happened. When I sent them the report, they called it fake. Aunt Helen said, even if it's true, he only did it out of desperation. He tried to take everything from me. You can't prove that was the intention. It was all documented. Family forgives. I hung up. 6 months later, Marcus pled not guilty by reason of mental illness. His lawyer painted him as a struggling father and me as the cold sibling who refused to help. The prosecution showed a different version: repeated theft, lies, and escalating behavior. The evidence spoke for itself. My father testified, claiming he had been manipulated and didn't know how far things would go. But texts showed otherwise. Dad, phase 2 is ready. Doctor is on board. Marcus, great. When can we access her accounts? Dad, within 72 hours. Then we file for conservatorship. Marcus, and about the job. Dad, leverage the family angle. My father's defense quickly unraveled. Marcus was convicted. 15 years in prison. My father received a suspended sentence. My parents divorced not because of what he did to me, but because he betrayed her financially. She still doesn't speak to me. I'm told she says one child is in prison and the other is dead to her. As for me, I'm thriving. I'm up for VP. I bought a secure new apartment, changed my name slightly, and got the therapy I needed to heal from the betrayal. Marcus writes letters from prison blaming me. I forward them to my lawyer. The last message came from his wife, Brittany, not to reconcile, but to ask for money for their kids' tuition. They're your family, she said. Their father misused money from their own grandparents, I replied. That's gone. It was all spent. Then maybe more attention should have been paid. You're heartless. No, I said. I'm free, and I truly am. Free from guilt, control, and the illusion that love means allowing others to use you. Free from hiding success to make others comfortable. Free to build a life that's mine. When my therapist asked if I regret how things ended with my family, I didn't need to answer. My peace said it all. I regret that they made those choices, I said. I regret that my brother felt entitled to my life instead of building his own. I regret that my parents enabled him until it destroyed everything. But do I regret protecting myself? Never. Even though you've lost your entire family, I didn't lose them, I corrected. I escaped them. There's a difference. The promotion that started all this, it's just a line on my resume now. The real achievement was surviving a family that saw my success as their birthright, my independence as selfishness, and my life as something they could steal. Marcus thought he deserved my promotion because he was a man who needed to provide. Instead, he's a cautionary tale about what happens when entitlement meets opportunity. And me, I'm the woman who refused to be erased, even when the people trying to erase me shared my DNA. Turns out that's worth more than any promotion.
The sound of my mother-in-law's voice drifted up the stairs, sharp and critical as ever. She's up there again, probably crying herself to sleep. How is she going to raise these children properly if she can't even pull herself together? I pressed my palms against my eyes, willing the tears to stop. My name is Natasha, and 3 weeks ago, I lost my husband Taylor to a sudden heart attack. Now, I was losing my home to his mother. Mom, I can hear you, my daughter Athena called from her room, and I'm pretty sure Mom can too. The floorboards creaked as Ellie climbed the stairs. I'm only trying to help, dear. Someone needs to maintain order in this house. I opened my bedroom door before she could reach it. I've got everything under control, Ellie. The kids are doing their homework, dinner's in the oven, and I've already called the insurance company about Taylor's policy. She stood there in her perfectly pressed blouse, lips pursed. Darling, you look exhausted. Why don't you let me handle things? I raised Taylor on my own after all. I appreciate the offer, but… Mom! Nasir's voice rang out from downstairs. The timer's beeping. I moved to head downstairs, but Ellie blocked my path. I'll take care of it. You should rest. Before I could protest, she was already halfway down the stairs. I followed her to the kitchen, where my 10-year-old son was standing by the oven. Grandma, Mom always lets me help set the table, Nasir said, reaching for the plates. Not tonight, dear. These dishes are too expensive to risk breaking. Go wash up for dinner. I watched my son's face fall. Ellie, those are our everyday plates. Nasir knows how to… Natasha, she cut me off, her voice honey-sweet but her eyes steel-cold. I know you mean well, but children need structure, especially now. Taylor would want them raised properly. My phone buzzed, a text from my best friend Tabitha. How's it going with the dragon lady? I typed back quickly. She's taken over everything. I can barely breathe. Want me to come over? I'll bring wine. Not tonight. She's already commented twice about my drinking problem, aka the one glass of wine I had with dinner yesterday. I looked up to find Ellie rearranging my spice rack. These should be alphabetized, she muttered. Really, Natasha, how did you ever find anything? Taylor never had trouble finding the spices, I said quietly. She froze for a moment, then continued her reorganizing. Well, Taylor was accommodating, too accommodating sometimes. The front door opened, and Athena came downstairs, her backpack slung over one shoulder. Mom, can I go to Sophie's house to study? Before I could answer, Ellie stepped in. Absolutely not. It's a school night. But Mom always lets me study at Sophie's on Wednesdays, Athena protested, looking at me pleadingly. I took a deep breath. Athena's right, Ellie. Sophie's mother supervises their study sessions, and she's always home by 8. Things are different now, Ellie said firmly. The children need stability, not gallivanting around the neighborhood. I'm not gallivanting? Athena's voice cracked. I'm trying to maintain my grades like Dad would want. The kitchen fell silent. Ellie moved to hug Athena, but my daughter backed away, tears in her eyes. I hate this. I hate that Dad's gone, and I hate that everything's different. She ran upstairs, her door slamming moments later. Nasir appeared in the doorway, his young face worried. Is Athena okay? Ellie sighed dramatically. See what happens when there's no proper authority? Children need a firm hand, Natasha. Taylor understood that. I gripped the counter, my knuckles white. Taylor understood a lot of things. What's that supposed to mean? I looked at my mother-in-law, really looked at her. She'd moved into our house the day after the funeral, rearranging furniture, changing routines, criticizing every decision I made, and I'd let her, too numb with grief to fight back. But watching my children's world shrink under her rules, seeing their spirits dim day by day, something inside me was waking up. Nothing, I said finally. I'm going to check on Athena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard Ellie's voice behind me. This is exactly why I need to be here. That poor woman can't even handle a simple teenage outburst. I paused on the landing, my hand trailing along the wall where Taylor and I had hung our family photos. My fingers brushed against a small nick in the wood, a secret mark Taylor had made years ago, though he never told me why. Something about that tiny imperfection in the perfect walls of Ellie's new domain made me smile. Taylor had his secrets, his quiet acts of rebellion. Maybe it was time I found my own. Absolutely not. Ellie's voice rang through the kitchen the next morning. No child of mine ever needed a cell phone at 13, and neither does Athena. She's not your child, I said, handing Athena her lunch bag. And Taylor and I already agreed she could have one for her birthday next week. Athena stood frozen between us, her eyes darting back and forth like she was watching a tennis match. Plans change, Ellie said, adjusting her pearl necklace. In times of grief, children need fewer distractions, not more. Mom, Athena whispered. Dad promised. The hurt in her voice made my chest tight. Before I could respond, Ellie stepped forward. Your father isn't here anymore, dear. Now, go get your brother. You'll be late for school. As soon as Athena left the kitchen, I turned to Ellie. You can't keep overruling me like this. I'm doing what's best for this family. Someone has to maintain standards. She opened the fridge, grimacing. Really, Natasha, store-bought orange juice? What happened to fresh squeezed? My phone buzzed. Tabitha again. Coffee? You sound like you need rescue. Can't, I texted back. Queen Elizabeth is monitoring my caffeine intake. That's it, Tabitha replied. I'm coming over. 20 minutes later, after the kids had left for school, the doorbell rang. Tabitha burst in before I could even reach it, her red curls wild and her arms full of coffee cups. Morning, Ellie, she called out cheerfully. Hope you don't mind, but Natasha and I have some wedding planning to discuss. Ellie appeared in the doorway, frowning. Wedding planning? My sister's wedding, Tabitha explained smoothly. Natasha's helping with the arrangements. You know how good she is at organizing events. Is she? Ellie's tone dripped with doubt. Well, don't let me interrupt. I need to reorganize the linen closet anyway. Someone's been folding the towels incorrectly. As soon as Ellie disappeared upstairs, Tabitha grabbed my arm and pulled me onto the porch. Okay, spill. How bad is it? She's taken over everything, Tab. The kids' schedules, the meals, even the damn thermostat. Yesterday, she threw out all my scented candles because they were fire hazards. The ones Taylor got you for your anniversary? I nodded, fighting back tears. She says she's helping, but it feels like she's trying to erase me from my own home. So fight back. How? She's Taylor's mother. The kids need her. The kids need their mom, Tabitha said firmly. Their real mom, not Grandma Dictator. A crash from inside made us both jump. We rushed back in to find Nasir standing in the living room, a broken picture frame at his feet. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I was just trying to dust it like Grandma said. It's okay, sweetheart, I started, but Ellie was already there, tutting disapprovingly. This is what happens when children aren't properly supervised, she said, sweeping up the glass. From now on, no touching the family photos. But that's my favorite picture of Dad, Nasir protested. Then you should have been more careful with it, shouldn't you? I watched my son's lower lip tremble, and something inside me snapped. That's enough, Ellie. Nasir, go get ready for soccer practice. I'll fix the frame later. Soccer? Ellie straightened up. Oh, I canceled that. He needs to focus on his studies. You what? I stared at her in disbelief. Taylor coached that team. Nasir loves soccer. Taylor isn't here to coach anymore, is he? Her words hit like a slap. The boy needs structure, not sports. Tabitha stepped forward, her face flushed. You know what? I just remembered, Natasha, You still have that key Taylor gave you, right? The one for his study? I froze. The key. In all the chaos of the past weeks, I'd forgotten about it. What key? Ellie demanded. Nothing, I said quickly. Just something Taylor mentioned before. But I remembered now. The small brass key he'd pressed into my hand that last morning, saying he had something important to show me later. We never got that later. Well, Tabitha said brightly, I should go. Thanks for the wedding planning help, Nat. As she hugged me goodbye, she whispered, Find that key. That night, after everyone was asleep, I stood in my closet, running my fingers along the jewelry box where I'd stored the key. It was still there, small and unremarkable, but suddenly it felt like the most important object in the world. Whatever Taylor had wanted to show me was in his study, the one room Ellie hadn't dared to touch yet. Maybe, just maybe, it held the answers I needed. I clutched the key tightly, my heart pounding. Tomorrow, I decided. Tomorrow I would find out what my husband had left behind. The study door creaked as I turned the key, making me wince. It was 2 a.m., and the last thing I needed was Ellie catching me here. The room smelled like Taylor, his cologne, old books, and the leather of his chair. My phone's flashlight revealed the room exactly as he'd left it. His coffee mug still sat on the desk, a faint ring stained into the wood beneath it. I ran my fingers across his desk calendar, stopped forever on the day he died. What did you want me to find? I whispered. The beam of my flashlight caught something unusual, a corner of paper sticking out from behind the large family portrait on the wall. My hands trembled as I lifted the frame. There it was, a manila envelope with my name written in Taylor's familiar scrawl. Mom? I nearly dropped the envelope. Athena stood in the doorway, her phone providing a soft glow. Honey, you should be in bed. I heard the door. She stepped inside, closing it quietly behind her. What are you doing in Dad's study? I held up the envelope. Finding answers, I hope. She settled next to me on the leather couch, and I opened the envelope with shaking hands. Inside was a letter and several documents. Dear Natasha, I read aloud, my voice barely a whisper. If you're reading this, something's happened to me. I've been having chest pains lately, and though I don't want to worry you, I need to make sure you're protected. Athena gripped my arm. I continued reading. Mom will try to take control. She always has. She did it when I was growing up. She tried it when we got married, and she'll definitely try it now. Don't let her. You're stronger than she thinks, stronger than even you know. Dad knew, Athena whispered. He knew what Grandma would do. I shuffled through the other papers, legal documents, bank statements, and photographs. Old ones, showing a younger Ellie with Taylor as a teenager. In every photo, she was directing, positioning, controlling. There's more, I said, turning back to the letter. I've set everything up in your name, the house, the accounts, everything. Mom has no legal right to make decisions for our family. I know she'll claim it's for the best, that she's helping, but don't believe it. She nearly destroyed my first marriage with her interference. I won't let her do the same to you and the kids. Dad was married before? Athena's eyes widened. Briefly in college, I said, remembering. He never talked about it much. The letter continued. I've included proof of everything. Her manipulation, her lies, even the way she drove Sarah away. Use it if you have to. The kids need their mother, their real mother, not someone trying to remake them in her image. You need to show this to Grandma, Athena said firmly. I shook my head. It's not that simple. Why not? Dad wanted you to stand up to her. He said you're stronger than she thinks. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. We both froze. Natasha, Ellie's voice called out. Is someone in Taylor's study? I quickly shoved the envelope under a couch cushion. Just me, Ellie. Couldn't sleep. The door opened. Ellie stood there in her silk robe, frowning. This room should be left as it is, as a memorial. It's disrespectful to— To what? I interrupted, standing up. To remember my husband? To seek comfort in the space where he spent so much time? Mom, Athena added, Dad wouldn't want his study to be a shrine. He'd want us to use it to remember him living, not— Go to bed, Athena, Ellie snapped. This doesn't concern you. Actually, I said, my voice stronger than I'd felt in weeks, it concerns all of us. This is our home, our family. I am the matriarch of this family, Ellie declared. Taylor expected me to lead this family, I cut in, and it's time I started doing exactly that. Ellie's face paled. What are you talking about? Go to bed, honey, I told Athena, who squeezed my hand before leaving. Once she was gone, I faced my mother-in-law. Things are going to change, Ellie, starting tomorrow. Is that a threat? No, I said calmly. It's a promise. To my husband, to my children, and to myself. She stared at me for a long moment before turning away. We'll discuss this in the morning, when you're thinking more clearly. After she left, I retrieved the envelope and held it close. Taylor had known what would happen, known what I would need. He'd prepared everything, given me all the tools. Now I just had to be brave enough to use them. I pulled out my phone and texted Tabitha, found the key to everything, meeting tomorrow? Her response was immediate. Finally, my place, 10 a.m., time to take back your life, girl. Looking around Taylor's study one last time, I smiled. The war for our family was about to begin. She did what? Tabitha nearly spilled her coffee as I showed her the documents spread across her kitchen table. Apparently, Ellie drove Taylor's first wife away by convincing everyone the poor woman was unstable. I pointed to an old letter. Sarah wrote this to Taylor years later, explaining everything. And Taylor kept it all this time? Tabitha shook her head in disbelief. He knew his mother better than anyone. I pulled out my phone, showing her a text from Reuben, Taylor's childhood friend. I reached out to Reuben this morning. He's willing to meet with us. The doorbell rang and Reuben entered, his lawyer's briefcase in hand. Ladies, he said, settling into a chair. I've been waiting for this conversation for weeks. You knew about all this? I asked. I watched Ellie destroy Taylor's first marriage. When he met you, he was determined not to let history repeat itself. Reuben pulled out some papers. These are copies of everything Taylor set up legally. The house, accounts, even the kids' trust funds. They're all in your name, Natasha. So Ellie has no actual power here? Tabitha asked. None, Reuben smiled. She's a guest in your home, nothing more. My phone buzzed. Nasir's school. Hello? Mrs. Richardson, this is Principal Morris. Your mother-in-law just called to pull Nasir out of soccer permanently. We needed to confirm this with you. I gripped the phone tighter. She did what? She said it was a family decision. It absolutely was not. Nasir stays on the team. In fact, I'm coming to sign him up for the summer program too. After hanging up, I turned to my friends. She's already making moves. I need to start pushing back. Start small, Reuben advised. Reclaim your space bit by bit. That afternoon, I drove to the store and bought new scented candles, the same ones Taylor always got me. When I got home, Ellie was reorganizing the kitchen again. What are those? She demanded, eyeing the shopping bag. Candles, for my house. I set them out on the counter deliberately. The kids love the vanilla scent. Reminds them of their dad. I told you those are fire hazards. In my house, I interrupted, we use candles, just like we did when Taylor was alive. Her face reddened. I'm only trying to protect this family. By canceling Nasir's soccer, the sport his father coached? She froze. How did you? I'm his mother, Ellie. The school checks with me, not you. The front door opened, and Athena walked in with Nasir. Mom, Nasir ran to me. Is it true? Can I still play soccer? Of course, baby. I hugged him tight. In fact, you're joining the summer league too. But Grandma said, Grandma made a mistake, I said firmly, meeting Ellie's eyes. She forgot to check with me first. This is ridiculous, Ellie sputtered. Taylor would never. Actually, I pulled out my phone, showing her a video I'd found in Taylor's study, him coaching Nasir's team, both of them laughing. This is exactly what Taylor would want. Ellie stormed upstairs, and I heard her door slam. Athena grinned. Mom, that was awesome. My phone buzzed with a text from Tabitha. How's Operation Take Back going? Just won the first battle, I replied. Soccer stays, candles are back. Queen Elizabeth is not amused. Later that night, while the kids did homework, I found a crumpled paper in the recycling bin, a draft of Taylor's letter that Ellie must have discovered while snooping. My heart raced as I smoothed it out. How much had she read? The sound of her heels on the stairs answered my question. Her face was composed, but her eyes were cold. I always wondered why Taylor changed his will that last year, she said. Now I know. He turned my own son against me. No, Ellie, you did that yourself. I made him successful, gave him structure, guidance. You controlled him, and now you're trying to control his children. She stepped closer. You have no idea what it takes to raise children properly. You're too soft, too permissive, just like Sarah was. The difference is, I stood my ground. I'm not going anywhere. This is my home, my family, and my rules. We'll see about that. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Natasha, I've invited some old family friends over for dinner tomorrow. Do try to have the house presentable. As her footsteps faded, I texted Reuben. She found a draft of the letter. Time to call in reinforcements? His response was immediate. On it, tell Tabitha to contact Dexter from the community board. Time to show Ellie what real family support looks like. I smiled, lighting one of my new candles. The vanilla scent filled the air, and for the first time in weeks, I felt truly at home. Ellie invited how many people? Tabitha paced my kitchen the next morning, her heels clicking against the tile. 12, I said, checking my phone. All her old country club friends. She's trying to embarrass me in front of the community. Well, she's in for a surprise. Tabitha grinned. Dexter's already called everyone who matters. Trust me, this dinner party won't go how she expects. The doorbell rang. Dexter, the community board president, stood there with his wife Maria. Natasha, he said warmly, we came early to help. The dinner's not until 6, I started, but Maria was already rolling up her sleeves. Honey, we're not here for Ellie's dinner. We're here for yours. Over the next few hours, people streamed in through the back door. Neighbors, parents from the kids' school, Taylor's old soccer team families. Each brought food, supplies, and most importantly, support. Mom? Nasir appeared in the kitchen. Why is everyone here? Because they care about us, I said, hugging him. Where's your grandmother? Still upstairs getting ready. She said we need to look perfect for her friends. The doorbell rang again. This time it was Reuben carrying a thick folder. Everything's set, he whispered. Just say the word. At exactly 6, Ellie descended the stairs in her finest dress, stopping short at the sight of dozens of people filling our home. What is this? She demanded. I specifically invited your friends? I gestured to the front door, where her country club associates were arriving. They're welcome too, the more the merrier. This is completely inappropriate. Actually, Dexter stepped forward. This is exactly appropriate. This community supports Natasha and these children. We always have. And who are you two? He's the community board president, Maria cut in. The same board that Taylor worked with to establish the youth soccer program you tried to shut down. Ellie's face reddened. I was only thinking of what's best for who? I asked quietly. For Nasir, who lost both his father and his favorite sport? For Athena, who can't even study with her friends anymore? You don't understand. No, you don't understand. I raised my voice slightly, making sure everyone could hear. This is our home. These are our neighbors, our friends, our support system. Taylor knew that. It's why he chose this community. Taylor chose this community because I suggested it, Ellie snapped. Actually, Reuben stepped forward. Taylor chose it because it was far enough from you to give his family space to breathe. A murmur went through the crowd. Ellie's country club friends shifted uncomfortably. Is that true, Ellie? One of them asked. Did your son really move here to get away from you? Of course not. I only ever wanted what was best. Like you did with Sarah? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Taylor's first wife? The room went silent. Ellie's face turned pale. That was different, she whispered. She wasn't right for him. No, I said firmly. You decided she wasn't right for him. Just like you've decided I'm not right for these kids. I never. Mom? Athena appeared at my side. I found this in the study. She held up a photo album. It's full of pictures of Dad with Sarah. They looked happy. Until suddenly, she's not in any more pictures. Ellie reached for the album, but Athena pulled back. There's writing on the back of some photos, my daughter continued. Sarah wrote about how much she loved Dad, but how she couldn't handle the constant criticism, the manipulation, the control. Enough, Ellie's voice cracked. This is a private family matter. You're right, I agreed. So let's handle it like family. These people? I gestured to the crowd. They're our family too. They've been here for us since Taylor died. Where were your country club friends? One by one, Ellie's invited guests made their excuses and left, leaving her standing alone in a sea of our supporters. This isn't over, she said, but her voice lacked its usual authority. Actually, Reuben stepped forward again. It is. Natasha has legal documentation of everything. The house, the accounts, even Taylor's explicit wishes for his family's future. Would you like me to share those details with everyone? Ellie looked around the room, finally seeing what she was up against. Not just me, but an entire community ready to stand with us. I think, she said stiffly, I need to lie down. As she climbed the stairs, Tabitha squeezed my hand. Round one goes to us. Round one? Maria laughed. Honey, this was a knockout. But watching Ellie's defeated retreat, I knew better. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. She'd regroup, replan, and come back fighting. But this time, I'd be ready. The morning after the dinner party, Ellie was nowhere to be found. Instead, a formal invitation sat on the kitchen counter. Family meeting, 2 p.m., Taylor's old law firm. It's a power play, Reuben said when I called him. She's trying to intimidate you with the setting. Should I be worried? Bring the letter and documents. And Natasha, bring the kids too. It's time they understood everything. At 1:55 p.m., we walked into the law firm's conference room. Ellie sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 lawyers and her friend Serenity from the country club. The children shouldn't be here, Ellie said immediately. They're exactly where they need to be, I replied, taking the seat opposite her. Reuben sat beside me, placing his briefcase on the table. I've called this meeting, Ellie began, because recent events have made it clear that this family is in crisis. As the matriarch, You're not the matriarch, Athena interrupted. Mom is. Ellie's lawyer cleared his throat. We have concerns about the children's welfare. Mrs. Richardson has documented several instances of questionable parenting decisions. Like what? I demanded. Serenity pulled out a notebook. allowing unsupervised study sessions, dangerous sports activities, inappropriate social media access. You mean letting me study with Sophie? Athena's voice shook with anger. Or letting Nasir play the sport Dad loved? Your father would want. Don't. Nasir spoke up for the first time. Don't tell us what Dad would want. You didn't even come to his games. Ellie's face hardened. I'm trying to protect you from what? I pulled out Taylor's letter. From turning out like their father? The son you tried to control so much he moved across the city to escape you? That letter is a forgery, Ellie snapped. Really? Reuben opened his briefcase. I have the original here, with Taylor's notarized signature, along with some interesting documents about Sarah. The lawyers exchanged glances. Serenity shifted uncomfortably. Who's Sarah? Nasir asked. Your father's first wife, I said gently. The one your grandmother drove away with false accusations and manipulation. That's slander. Ellie stood up. I won't sit here and... Sit down, Mom. A new voice spoke from the doorway. Sarah herself stood there, looking elegant in a business suit. They deserve to know the truth. Ellie fell back into her chair. How dare you come here? I invited her, Reuben said. As Taylor's first wife, she has relevant testimony about your pattern of behavior. Sarah walked to the table. I loved Taylor. We were happy until his mother started spreading rumors about my mental health, my faithfulness, even my ability to have children. You were wrong for him, Ellie insisted. No, Sarah's voice was firm. I was just wrong for you. I wasn't controllable enough, moldable enough, so you destroyed me, but I won't let you destroy this family too. Is that why Dad kept all those pictures? Athena asked Sarah. To remember what Grandma did? Sarah nodded. Taylor never forgave himself for not standing up to her then. That's why he prepared everything for your mom, to make sure history wouldn't repeat itself. Ellie's lawyers were whispering urgently. Finally, one spoke up. Mrs. Richardson, given this new evidence, we recommend... Fire them, Ellie cut in. All of them. This meeting is over. No, I stood up. This meeting is exactly what we needed. The kids needed to see the truth. They needed to understand why their father set things up the way he did. I'm their grandmother. I have rights. You have privileges, Reuben corrected. Privileges that can be revoked. Are you threatening me? No, I said quietly. I'm giving you a choice. Either accept that this is my family to lead or leave. Taylor made his wishes clear. I won't let you do to my children what you did to him. The room fell silent. Nasir reached for my hand under the table. I choose my family, he said firmly. Me too, Athena added. Ellie looked around the room, at her dismissed lawyers, at Sarah's steady gaze, at her grandchildren's determined faces. For the first time, I saw something new in her expression. Fear. You can't just cut me out, she whispered. No one's cutting you out, I said, but things will be different now. My house, my rules, my family. You can be part of that, but only on those terms. She stood slowly, gathering her purse. I need time to think. As she walked out, Sarah touched my arm. You did what I couldn't. You stood up to her. We all did, I said, hugging my children close. Together. Watching Ellie's retreating figure through the glass walls, I felt no triumph, only relief. The truth was finally out, and with it, the power she'd held over us for so long. Now we just had to see what she'd do next. 3 days passed without a word from Ellie. Her bedroom door remained closed, meals untouched outside it. The silence felt like the calm before a storm. She's planning something, Tabitha warned over coffee. Women like Ellie don't just give up. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with a text from Dexter. Heads up, Ellie's at the community center with her country club friends. They're calling an emergency board meeting. Now? I grabbed my keys. Watch the kids, Tab. Go, show her what you're made of. I arrived at the community center to find the parking lot full. Inside, Ellie stood at the podium, perfectly composed in her designer suit. And as a concerned grandmother, I must bring attention to the declining standards in our community. Single mothers without proper support systems. You mean widows whose mother-in-laws try to steal their children? I called out, walking down the aisle. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Ellie's fingers tightened on the podium. Natasha, this is a closed meeting. About my family? I don't think so. I turned to face the crowd. You all knew Taylor. He coached your kids, helped with community projects, believed in making this place better for everyone. Exactly, Ellie jumped in. And now his legacy is right here. I pulled out my phone, playing a video I'd found in his study. Taylor's face filled the screen, recorded just weeks before his death. Hey, beautiful. His voice filled the room. If you're watching this, I guess those chest pains meant something after all. I need you to know something. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. You gave me the strength to break free from Mom's control, to be my own person. Ellie tried to speak, but Dexter shushed her. The video continued. I've watched you raise our kids with love, not rules, with guidance, not control. You're everything I wished my mother could have been. Tears streamed down my face as Taylor's image smiled. Don't let her do to our family what she did to mine. The house, the accounts, everything's yours, but more importantly, the kids are yours to raise. You're their mother, and you're amazing at it. The video ended. Silence filled the room. Well, Serenity stood up. I think we've heard enough. No, a new voice called out. Sarah walked in, carrying a stack of papers. You haven't heard everything yet. This is ridiculous, Ellie sputtered. She has no right. I have every right. Sarah passed out documents to the board members. These are the complaints filed against Ellie 20 years ago. Harassment, defamation, even stalking. The same patterns she's showing now. Those charges were dropped, Ellie protested. Because Taylor begged me to, Sarah replied. He didn't want to believe his mother could be so cruel, but he learned. That's why he protected his new family from you. Dexter stood up. I move to dismiss this emergency meeting. All in favor? Hands shot up across the room. Ellie's supporters shrank in their seats. Furthermore, Dexter continued, I move to formally recognize Natasha as the head of the Richardson family and their rightful representative on all community matters. More hands raised. Ellie's face turned red. You can't do this, she hissed. I am still a guest in my house, I finished, and not a very good one. The crowd began to disperse. Ellie's friends hurried past her without meeting her eyes. Finally, only Ellie, Sarah, and I remained. You've ruined everything, Ellie whispered. No, Sarah said gently. You did that yourself. 20 years ago with me and now with Natasha. The difference is she's stronger than I was. What happens now? Ellie asked, her voice small. That depends on you. I stepped closer. You can either accept that things have changed and try to be the grandmother our children deserve, or you can leave. But the controlling, the manipulation, it stops now. They're my family too. Then prove it, not by ruling them, but by loving them. Can you do that? She looked between us, the woman she'd driven away and the woman who'd stood her ground. I don't know how, she admitted finally. Then maybe it's time to learn, Sarah suggested, before you lose another family. My phone buzzed, a text from Athena. Is Grandma coming home? I showed Ellie the message. Well, are you ready to try things our way? She wiped her eyes, smearing expensive mascara. I need time. Take it, I said. But remember, when you come back, it's to our rules, our family, our way. As she walked out, Sarah squeezed my hand. You did it. You really did it. We did it, I corrected. All of us together. Looking around the empty community center where Taylor had spent so many happy hours, I felt his presence stronger than ever. He'd given me the tools, but I'd found the strength. Now it was time to go home and tell our children that the war was finally over. Mom, Grandma's here. Nasir's voice carried from the front door. I looked up from Taylor's desk, now my desk, in the study to see Ellie standing in the doorway, a small suitcase at her feet. The 30 days are up, she said quietly. I'd like to come home, if the offer still stands. I gestured to the chair across from me. We should talk first. She sat down, her usual perfect posture slightly wilted. I've been seeing a therapist, Dr. Matthews. She's helping me understand patterns I never noticed before. Good, that was our condition. I know. She twisted her wedding ring. She showed me how I've been recreating my own mother's controlling behavior. I didn't want to believe it, but Grandma, Athena appeared behind her. You're just in time. Mom's letting me redecorate my room. Want to help pick colors? Ellie's hand twitched, and I could see her fighting the urge to take control. Instead, she asked, What colors are you considering? Black and purple. I see. Ellie caught my eye, took a deep breath. It's your room, dear. What matters is that you love it. Athena's jaw dropped. Mom, what did you do with the real Grandma? We all laughed, breaking the tension. Why don't you show her your design ideas? I suggested. As they left, I heard Ellie asking questions instead of giving orders. A small change, but significant. My phone buzzed with a text from Sarah. How's it going? She's trying, I replied. Really trying. The doorbell rang. Tabitha burst in with takeout bags. Family dinner! I brought everyone's favorites, even your weird seaweed snacks, Ellie. You remembered? Ellie looked touched. Course I did. Your family. Difficult, sometimes impossible family, but still family. We gathered around the dinner table. No formal dining room, no strict seating arrangement. Nasir had soccer dirt on his knees. Athena's hair was wild from dance practice, and for once, Ellie didn't comment on either. Before we eat, she said suddenly, I have something for everyone. She pulled out a stack of envelopes. Letters. Dr. Matthews suggested I write down things I should have said long ago. She handed them out, one to each of us, plus one for Sarah and one addressed to Taylor. That last one she placed in the center of the table. You don't have to read them now, she added quickly, or ever if you don't want to, but I needed to write them. Nasir opened his immediately. His eyes widened. Grandma, you're coming to my soccer games? If you want me to. She smiled tentatively. Your father loved coaching you. I should have seen that. Athena read hers next, tears filling her eyes. She got up and hugged Ellie, their first real hug since Taylor died. I opened mine last. Natasha, I owe you the biggest apology. You didn't just lose your husband. You lost your partner, your children's father, your future as you planned it. Instead of helping, I tried to take what little you had left. I was wrong. Taylor chose well when he chose you. You're stronger than I ever gave you credit for. Thank you for not giving up on me, even when I gave you every reason to. The guest room is made up, I said, closing the letter. Same rules as before, respect boundaries, ask, don't tell, and therapy continues. Agreed. Ellie reached for the letter to Taylor. This one, I'd like to put it in his study, where it belongs. Together, we walked to the study. Photos lined the walls, old ones of Taylor and Sarah, newer ones of our family, recent ones of soccer games and dance recitals. A timeline of love, loss, and healing. He would be proud, Ellie said softly, of all of us. Even you? Especially me, I hope. It's not easy admitting you've been wrong for so long. From downstairs, Tabitha called. Food's getting cold, and Nasir's eyeing the last spring roll. Save me one, I called back. To Ellie, I added, welcome home, for real this time. As we headed downstairs, I caught a glimpse of our reflection in the window. Mother and daughter-in-law, both changed by loss, both healing through love. Not perfect, but family. Taylor's letter sat on his desk, next to the vanilla candle I'd lit earlier. Its flame flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to whisper, "This is what I wanted all along." Not perfect harmony, but real love. Not strict control, but genuine connection. "Mom," Athena called. "Nasir's telling Grandma about his goal last week, and he's totally exaggerating." "Am not," Nasir protested. "Are too." Ellie caught my eye and smiled. A real smile, not her usual practiced one. "Shall we go referee?" "No," I said, returning her smile. "Let's just go listen. Sometimes that's all family needs to do." Together, we rejoined our beautifully imperfect family, leaving Taylor's study behind but carrying his love with us, always.
I take a deep breath as I step out of the car, my hand tightly clasped in Ethan's. The house looms before us, a stark reminder of the years of silence that stretch between Ethan and his father. I squeeze Ethan's hand, offering a reassuring smile. "It's going to be okay," I whisper, though the words feel hollow even to my own ears. Ethan nods, his jaw clenched tight. "Let's just get this over with," he mutters, striding towards the front door. I follow, my heart pounding in my chest as Ethan raises his hand to knock. The door swings open, revealing a man I've only seen in faded photographs. Frank, Ethan's father, stands before us, his face etched with lines of age and bitterness. "Ethan," he says, his voice gruff. "It's been a long time." "Dad," Ethan replies, his tone carefully neutral. "This is Zara, my wife." Frank's gaze shifts to me, his eyes narrowing slightly. "A pleasure," he says, though his tone suggests otherwise. We step inside, the house feeling strangely cold despite the warm summer day. Frank leads us to the living room, gesturing for us to sit. I perch on the edge of the couch, my hands folded tightly in my lap. "So," Frank begins, leaning back in his armchair, "what brings you here after all these years?" Ethan clears his throat, his eyes meeting mine briefly before he speaks. "Zara thought it was time we tried to mend things between us. For the sake of family." Frank scoffs, shaking his head. "Family? You haven't been much of a family to me, boy." I bristle at his words, but Ethan remains calm. "I know we've had our differences, Dad, but I'm here now, aren't I?" Frank grunts, his gaze shifting to the window. "I suppose you are." The conversation lulls, the tension thick in the air. I clear my throat, desperate to break the silence. "Ethan tells me you used to work in sales, Frank. What was that like?" Frank's eyes snap back to me, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "It was a job," he says shortly. "Nothing more, nothing less." I nod, sensing that further questions won't be welcomed. We sit in awkward silence for a few more moments before Ethan stands abruptly. "We should get going," he says, his voice strained. "It's a long drive back." Frank nods, rising slowly from his chair. "Don't be a stranger," he says, though his words lack sincerity. We say our goodbyes, the door closing behind us with a heavy thud. As we walk back to the car, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Frank's demeanor, his cold reception, it all feels wrong somehow. A month later, the phone rings. It's Frank, his voice tinged with desperation. "I need your help," he says, his words tumbling out in a rush. "I'm sick, and I can't take care of myself anymore. I need to move in with you and Ethan." I freeze, the phone nearly slipping from my grasp. "Move in with us?" After the way he treated Ethan at our visit, I glance at Ethan, seeing the conflicted emotions playing across his face. "We'll have to discuss it," I say finally, my voice trembling slightly. "Can we call you back?" Frank agrees, and I hang up the phone, my mind reeling. I turn to Ethan, my heart sinking at the look of resignation on his face. "He's my father," Ethan says softly. "I can't turn him away." I nod, knowing that Ethan's sense of duty will always win out in the end. But as we begin to make plans for Frank's arrival, I can't shake the feeling that we're making a terrible mistake. The day Frank moves in, I feel a sense of unease that I can't quite shake. Ethan and I help him settle into the guest room, arranging his few belongings and making sure he's comfortable. At first, things seem to be going smoothly. Frank is polite, even charming at times, and I start to think that maybe my initial reservations were unfounded. But as the weeks pass, I begin to notice little things that set off alarm bells in my head. Frank starts making offhand comments about money, hinting at the financial strain he's under. One evening, over dinner, he finally comes out with it. "I hate to ask," he says, his eyes downcast, "but I'm in a bit of a bind. My late wife, she left me with some significant gambling debts. I don't know how I'm going to pay them off." Ethan's fork clatters to his plate, his face etched with concern. "Dad, why didn't you say something sooner? We could have helped." Frank shakes his head, a wry smile on his lips. "I didn't want to be a burden, but now, living here with you, I thought maybe." He trails off, letting the implication hang in the air. I glance at Ethan, seeing the wheels turning in his head. "We can cover the debts," Ethan says finally, "and you can stay here with us, save on living costs. It's the least we can do." I open my mouth to protest, but the words die on my lips. How can I argue with Ethan's generosity, his desire to help his father? So I nod, forcing a smile onto my face. "Of course," I say, "we're family after all." Frank's face breaks into a grin, and he reaches across the table to clasp Ethan's hand. "Thank you, son. You don't know how much this means to me." But as I watch the exchange, I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. There's a glint in Frank's eye, a calculating edge to his smile that makes my skin crawl. The next few weeks are a blur of financial discussions and budget adjustments. Ethan insists on paying off Frank's debts in full, even though it means dipping into our savings. I try to voice my concerns, but Ethan waves them away. "He's my father, Zara," he says, his voice firm. "I can't just turn my back on him." I nod, swallowing my objections. But as the days pass, I start to notice a change in Ethan. He seems distracted, distant, as if he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. One evening, he comes home late from work, his face drawn and tired. I'm in the kitchen, preparing dinner, when he walks in and slumps into a chair. "I quit my job today," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. I nearly drop the spoon I'm holding, my heart leaping into my throat. "What? Why?" Ethan runs a hand through his hair, his eyes meeting mine. "I want to start a nonprofit, Zara. I want to make a difference in the world." I stare at him, my mind reeling. A nonprofit? Now, when we're already stretched thin financially? But before I can voice my concerns, Frank walks into the kitchen, his face twisted into a scowl. "A nonprofit?" He sneers, his voice dripping with disdain. "How are you going to support us on that, boy? You think your little dream is more important than taking care of your family?" Ethan flinches as if he's been slapped, his face flushing with shame. "I just thought—" "You thought wrong," Frank snaps, cutting him off. "You're being selfish, Ethan. You can't afford to chase your dreams when you have responsibilities." I watch as Ethan seems to shrink before my eyes, his shoulders slumping in defeat. And in that moment, I realize the truth. Frank isn't here because he needs our help. He's here to manipulate us, to bleed us dry and break us down, and I'll be damned if I let him get away with it. The days turn into weeks, and Frank's presence in our home becomes increasingly suffocating. He seems to take pleasure in belittling Ethan at every turn, constantly reminding him of the financial strain his nonprofit is putting on our family. I try to shield Ethan from the worst of it, but Frank's words have a way of worming their way into his mind. I watch as my once confident husband starts to doubt himself, his dreams slowly crumbling under the weight of his father's disapproval. One evening, I overhear Frank talking to Ethan in the living room. His voice is loud, carrying easily through the thin walls. "You're a failure, Ethan," he says, his tone dripping with contempt. "You think you can change the world with your little nonprofit? You can't even take care of your own family." I feel a surge of anger rising in my chest, and I storm into the room, my eyes blazing. "That's enough, Frank," I snap, my voice trembling with rage. "You have no right to speak to Ethan that way." Frank turns to me, his face twisted into a sneer. "Stay out of this, Zara. This is between me and my son." But I refuse to back down. "Ethan is my husband," I say, my voice growing stronger with each word, and I won't let you tear him down like this. Frank scoffs, shaking his head. You don't understand, girl. I'm trying to help him, to make him see the error of his ways. I laugh, the sound harsh and bitter. Help him? By crushing his dreams and making him feel worthless? That's not help, Frank. That's abuse. Ethan looks up at me, his eyes wide with surprise. I can see the gratitude in his gaze, the relief at having someone stand up for him. But Frank isn't finished. You think you're so smart, don't you, Zara? He says, his voice low and menacing. You think you know what's best for Ethan? Well, let me tell you something. I'm his father, and I know what's best for him. And what's best is for him to give up this foolish dream and focus on taking care of his family. I shake my head, my heart breaking for Ethan. You're wrong, Frank. Ethan's dream is what makes him who he is. It's what drives him, what gives him purpose, and I won't let you take that away from him. Frank's face darkens, and for a moment, I think he might lash out at me, but instead he turns and stalks out of the room, slamming the door behind him. I turn to Ethan, my heart aching at the defeated slump of his shoulders. I'm so sorry, I whisper, pulling him into my arms. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. Ethan clings to me, his body shaking with silent sobs. I don't know what to do, Zara, he says, his voice muffled against my shoulder. I feel like I'm being pulled in 1,000 different directions. I stroke his hair, my mind racing with possibilities, and then, suddenly, it hits me. The pieces fall into place, and I realize the truth of what's been happening. Ethan, I say, pulling back to look him in the eye, I think your father is manipulating us. I think he's been planning this from the start. Ethan frowns, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? I take a deep breath, my mind whirling with the implications of what I'm about to say. Think about it. He shows up out of nowhere, asking for money and a place to stay. He guilt-trips you into quitting your job and starting a nonprofit, knowing it will put a strain on our finances. And now he's constantly belittling you, making you feel like a failure. Ethan's eyes widen, and I can see the realization dawning on his face. You're right, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. But why? Why would he do this? I shake my head, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what we're up against. I don't know, I say, but I intend to find out. The next day, I wait until Ethan leaves for work before confronting Frank. I find him in the living room, lounging in his armchair with a newspaper in his lap. We need to talk, I say, my voice tight with anger. Frank looks up at me, his eyes narrowing. About what? I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation to come. I know what you're doing, Frank. I know you're manipulating Ethan, trying to bleed us dry. Frank's face hardens, and he sets the newspaper aside. I don't know what you're talking about, Zara. I'm just a concerned father, trying to look out for my son. I shake my head, my hands clenching into fists at my sides. No, you're not. You're a liar and a manipulator, and I won't let you get away with it. Frank stands up, his face twisting into a sneer. You don't know anything, girl. You think you can come into my family and start making accusations? You have no idea what you're talking about. I stand my ground, refusing to be intimidated. I know more than you think, Frank. I know about your debts, about how you've been using Ethan to pay them off. Frank's eyes widen, and for a moment I see a flicker of fear cross his face, but then his expression hardens, and he takes a step towards me. You think you're so clever, don't you, Zara? He says, his voice low and menacing. You think you've got it all figured out. Well, let me tell you something. You're right, I am in debt. But it's not from gambling. It's from failed business ventures, investments that went south. I stare at him, my mind reeling with the implications of his words. So, you've been using Ethan to bail you out? To pay off your mistakes? Frank shrugs, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What can I say? The boy owes me. I raised him, put a roof over his head. The least he can do is help his old man out in his time of need. I feel a surge of disgust rising in my throat, and I have to fight the urge to slap the smug look off his face. You're despicable, I spit, my voice trembling with rage. You're taking advantage of Ethan's love for you, his sense of duty. You're destroying him, piece by piece. Frank laughs, the sound harsh and grating. Destroying him? Please. I'm making him stronger, teaching him the realities of life, and if he can't handle it, well, that's his problem. I shake my head, my heart breaking for Ethan. You're wrong, Frank. Ethan is one of the strongest people I know. and he doesn't need you, not anymore. Frank's face darkens, and he takes another step towards me. You think you can turn him against me? You think you can take my son away from me? I stand my ground, my chin lifted in defiance. I'm not taking him away from you, Frank. You're doing that yourself, with your lies and your manipulations. Frank's hand twitches at his side, and for a moment I think he might strike me, but instead he turns away, his shoulders slumping in defeat. You don't understand, Zara, he says, his voice barely above a whisper. I have a plan, a way to get out of this mess. I was going to sell the house, force you and Ethan out. I even turned his sister against you, convinced her to take my side. I stare at him, my mind reeling with the depths of his betrayal. You monster, I whisper, my voice trembling with emotion. You would destroy your own family just to save yourself? Frank turns back to me, his face a mask of desperation. I have no choice, Zara. I'm drowning in debt, and I need a way out. I shake my head, my resolve hardening. No, Frank, you do have a choice. You can face the consequences of your actions like a man. You can tell Ethan the truth and beg for his forgiveness. Frank's face twists into a sneer, and he turns away from me. I won't do that, Zara. I can't. I nod, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what I must do. Then I will, Frank. I'll tell Ethan everything, and we'll see how he reacts. But one thing is for sure. You won't be staying in this house any longer. Not if I have anything to say about it. The next few days are a blur of activity. I know I need to act fast, to gather evidence of Frank's betrayal before he has a chance to put his plan into action. I start by secretly recording our conversations, hiding my phone in my pocket and letting it capture every vile word that spills from Frank's lips. He talks about his debts, about his plans to sell the house and leave us with nothing. He even brags about turning Olivia against us, convincing her that we're the enemy. It's sickening to listen to, but I force myself to keep going, to gather as much evidence as I can. I know I'll need it if I'm going to convince Ethan of the truth. Finally, after days of recording, I have what I need. I wait until Ethan gets home from work, then pull him aside, my heart pounding in my chest. There's something you need to hear, I say, my voice trembling with emotion. I play the recordings for him, watching as his face goes from confusion to shock to anger. He listens in silence, his hands clenching into fists at his sides. When the last recording ends, he looks up at me, his eyes blazing with fury. I can't believe it, he whispers, his voice hoarse with emotion. My own father betraying me like this. I nod, my heart breaking for him. I'm so sorry, Ethan. I know how much you love him, how much you wanted to believe in him. Ethan shakes his head, his jaw clenched tight. No, Zara, you were right all along. He's been using me, manipulating me, and I let him do it. I reach out and take his hand, squeezing it gently. It's not your fault, Ethan. He's your father, and you wanted to believe the best of him. But now we need to focus on protecting ourselves, on getting away from him before he can hurt us anymore. Ethan nods, his eyes hardening with resolve. You're right. We need to sell the house, move out before he realizes what's happening. We spend the next few days in a flurry of activity, contacting real estate agents and packing up our belongings. We work in secret, but I was careful not to let Frank catch on to our plans. Finally, the day arrives. We found a buyer for the house, and everything is in place for us to move out. I wait until Frank leaves for one of his mysterious errands, then call Olivia, my hands shaking as I dial her number. Olivia, it's Zara, I say when she answers. There's something you need to hear. I play the recordings for her, my heart pounding as I wait for her reaction. At first, there's only silence on the other end of the line. Then I hear a sharp intake of breath, followed by a string of curses. That bastard, Olivia says, her voice trembling with anger. I can't believe I let him manipulate me like that. I feel a surge of relief wash over me, and I let out a shaky breath. It's not your fault, Olivia. He's good at what he does. But now we need to stand together to make sure he can't hurt anyone else. Olivia agrees, and we spend the next hour plotting our next move. By the time we hang up, I feel a sense of hope stirring in my chest. Maybe, just maybe, we can come out of this stronger than ever. The next day, Ethan and I load the last of our belongings into the moving truck and drive away from the house that has caused us so much pain. As we pull out of the driveway, I catch a glimpse of Frank's face in the rearview mirror. He looks shocked, angry, and maybe even a little afraid. But I don't let myself feel sorry for him. He made his choices, and now he has to live with the consequences. And as for Ethan and me, we have a whole new life ahead of us, one free from lies and manipulation. And I know deep in my heart that we're going to be just fine. We're barely settled into our new apartment when the phone rings. It's Frank, his voice tight with anger. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Ethan?" he shouts, his words slurring together. "You can't just sell the house and leave me with nowhere to go." Ethan takes a deep breath, his hand clenching the phone so tightly his knuckles turn white. "It's done, Dad. The house is sold, and we're not coming back." Frank lets out a string of curses, his voice rising with each word. "You ungrateful little bastard. After everything I've done for you, this is how you repay me?" I see the pain flash across Ethan's face, and I reach out to take his hand, squeezing it gently. He looks at me, his eyes filled with gratitude, and turns back to the phone. "You haven't done anything for me, Dad. You've been using me, manipulating me for your own gain, and I'm done letting you control my life." Frank scoffs, his voice dripping with disdain. "You think you're so smart, don't you, Ethan? You think you can just walk away from me? From your family?" Ethan's jaw clenches, and I can see the anger building in his eyes. "You're not my family, Dad. Not anymore. A real family doesn't lie and cheat and steal from each other." There's a long pause on the other end of the line, and for a moment I think Frank might have hung up. But then his voice comes through the speaker, low and menacing. "You'll regret this, Ethan. You and that bitch wife of yours. You think you can just walk away from me? You have no idea what I'm capable of." I feel a chill run down my spine at his words, but Ethan doesn't flinch. "I know exactly what you're capable of, Dad. And that's why we're walking away. You can't hurt us anymore." He hangs up the phone, his hand trembling slightly as he sets it down on the table. I wrap my arms around him, holding him close as he takes a shuddering breath. "I'm so proud of you," I whisper, my voice thick with emotion. "You did the right thing, Ethan. You stood up to him, and you won." Ethan nods, his eyes filling with tears. "I couldn't have done it without you, Zara. You gave me the strength to fight back, to take control of my life." I smile, brushing a tear from his cheek. "We did it together, Ethan, and we'll keep doing it together, no matter what comes our way." The next few days are tense, as we wait for Frank to make his next move. But as the weeks pass and nothing happens, we start to relax, to settle into our new life. And then, one day, there's a knock at the door. I open it to find Olivia standing there, her face streaked with tears. "I'm so sorry, Zara," she whispers, her voice trembling. "I should have believed you from the start. I should have known that Dad was lying to me." I pull her into a hug, my own eyes filling with tears. "It's okay, Olivia, you're here now, and that's all that matters." We spend the next few hours talking, catching up on all the time we've lost. Olivia tells us about her own struggles with Frank, about how he's been trying to turn her against us for years. "But I see the truth now," she says, her voice filled with determination, "and I'm not going to let him control me anymore. I'm done being his pawn." Ethan nods, his eyes shining with pride. "We're in this together, Olivia. All of us. We'll stand up to him, and we'll win." As the sun sets outside our window, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. We've been through so much, Ethan and I, but we've come out stronger on the other side. And with Olivia by our side, I know that nothing can stop us now. We're a family, a real family, and we'll face whatever comes our way together. A few days later, we get another call from Frank. This time it's Olivia he's after, his voice desperate and pleading. "Olivia, sweetheart, you have to help me," he begs, his words tumbling out in a rush. "I'm in trouble, and I need a place to stay. You're my only hope." Olivia's face hardens, and she grips the phone tighter. "No, Dad, I'm not going to help you. Not after everything you've done." Frank's voice rises, his anger palpable even through the phone. "You ungrateful little brat. I raised you. I gave you everything, and this is how you repay me?" Olivia takes a deep breath, her eyes flashing with determination. "You didn't give me anything, Dad. You took from me, you manipulated me, you tried to turn me against my own brother, and I'm done letting you control my life." There's a long pause, and then Frank's voice comes through the speaker, low and menacing. "You'll regret this, Olivia. You and your brother and that bitch wife of his. You think you can just turn your back on me? You have no idea what I'm capable of." But Olivia doesn't flinch. I know exactly what you're capable of, Dad, and that's why I'm saying no. You can't hurt me anymore, and you can't hurt Ethan and Zara either. We're done with you. She hangs up the phone, her hand shaking slightly as she sets it down. Ethan wraps an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. I'm so proud of you, Olivia, he says, his voice thick with emotion. You did the right thing. Olivia nods, leaning into his embrace. I couldn't have done it without you and Zara. You showed me what real love looks like, what a real family is supposed to be. I feel my own eyes fill with tears as I watch them, my heart swelling with love and pride. We've been through so much together, the three of us, but we've come out stronger on the other side. The next day, Ethan and I make a decision. We're going to use the money from the sale of the house to pay off Frank's debts, to free ourselves from his grip once and for all. We contact his creditors, explaining the situation and offering to settle his debts in full. It's not easy and it takes a big chunk out of our savings, but in the end, it's worth it. We meet with Frank one last time in a neutral location with Olivia by our side. He looks haggard, his eyes bloodshot and his clothes rumpled. What do you want? He asks, his voice hoarse and defeated. Ethan steps forward, his chin held high. We're here to tell you that your debts have been paid, Dad. You're free and clear. Frank's eyes widen, and for a moment, I see a flicker of hope cross his face. But then, his expression hardens and he narrows his eyes. What's the catch? He asks, his voice dripping with suspicion. I step forward, my own voice steady and clear. There is no catch, Frank. We paid off your debts because we wanted to be free of you, once and for all. But that freedom comes at a price. You're on your own now, and you'll have to find your own way in the world. Frank's face crumples, and for a moment, I almost feel sorry for him. But then I remember all the pain he's caused, all the lies he's told, and my sympathy vanishes. You can't do this to me, he whispers, his voice breaking. I'm your father, Ethan. You can't just abandon me. Ethan shakes his head, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and resolve. You stopped being my father the moment you chose to lie to me, to manipulate me for your own gain. And now, you have to face the consequences of your actions. We turn to leave, our hearts heavy, but our heads held high. As we walk away, I hear Frank's voice behind us, a broken whisper that tears at my heart. I'm sorry, he says, his words barely audible. I'm so sorry. But it's too late for apologies, too late for forgiveness. We've made our choice, and we're not looking back. Months pass, and life goes on. Ethan and I settle into our new routine, our new life together. His nonprofit takes off, and I watch with pride as he pours his heart and soul into making a difference in the world. Olivia becomes a regular fixture in our lives, stopping by for dinner and movie nights, her laughter filling our home with warmth and joy. It's like we've always been this way, a family bound by love and trust, not by blood or obligation. But even as we move forward, the shadow of Frank still lingers. Ethan tries to hide it, but I can see the pain in his eyes whenever his father's name is mentioned, the guilt that still weighs heavy on his heart. One day, I come home from work to find Ethan sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. I rush to his side, my heart pounding with worry. What's wrong? I ask, my voice trembling. Is it your dad? Did something happen? Ethan looks up at me, his eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot. I talked to Olivia today. She said Dad's not doing well. He's living in some run-down apartment, barely getting by on Social Security. She thinks we should reach out to him, try to make amends. I feel a flare of anger at the mention of Frank, but I push it down, focusing on Ethan's pain. What do you want to do? I ask, my voice gentle. Ethan shakes his head, his eyes filling with tears. I don't know, Zara. Part of me wants to help him, to be the bigger person, but another part of me is still so angry, so hurt by what he did. I don't know if I can forgive him. I take his hand in mine, squeezing it gently. You don't have to forgive him, Ethan. What he did to you, to us, is unforgivable. But maybe you can find a way to let go of the anger, to move on with your life. Ethan nods, his jaw clenching with determination. You're right. I need to let go, to focus on the future, not the past. We decide to reach out to Frank, to offer him a small monthly stipend to help with his expenses. It's not much, but it's a start, a way to ease the guilt that still weighs on Ethan's heart. But when we try to contact him, we're met with silence. Calls go unanswered, emails bounce back undeliverable. It's like Frank has disappeared, vanished into thin air. Weeks turn into months, and still, there's no word from him. Olivia tries to track him down, but even she comes up empty-handed. It's like he's gone, a ghost haunting the edges of our lives. And then one day, there's a knock at the door. I open it to find a man standing there, his face lined with age and sorrow. "I'm sorry to bother you," he says, his voice hesitant, "but I'm looking for Frank Johnson. I'm his landlord, and I haven't seen him in weeks. I was hoping you might know where he is." I feel a chill run down my spine at his words, a sense of dread settling in the pit of my stomach. "I'm sorry," I say, my voice shaking. "We haven't heard from Frank in months. Is everything okay?" The man shakes his head, his eyes filled with pity. "I'm afraid not. Frank's apartment was a mess when I went in there. It looks like he hasn't been taking care of himself. I found a bunch of empty bottles, some pills scattered on the floor. I think he might be in trouble." I nod, my heart heavy with sorrow. "Thank you for letting us know. We'll do what we can to find him, to get him the help he needs." But even as I say the words, I know it's too late. Frank is gone, lost to his own demons, his own mistakes, and all we can do is pick up the pieces to try to build a life without him. As I close the door, I feel a sense of sadness wash over me. But I also feel a sense of hope, a sense of possibility. We've been through so much, Ethan and I, but we've come out stronger on the other side. And whatever the future holds, I know we'll face it together, hand in hand, heart to heart. Because that's what family does. That's what love is all about.
There's a special kind of betrayal that only family can deliver, the kind that festers because it's wrapped in years of shared history and supposed love. My name is Alina, and the source of my particular lesson in familial treachery was a 2-story duplex on the east side of town, a building I'd poured my blood, sweat, and every spare dime into for years. It wasn't just bricks and mortar. It was my declaration of independence, my nest egg, the proof that I, a perpetually scrambling to make ends meet woman, could build something solid. I bought it 5 years ago. The paint was peeling, the plumbing was questionable, and the garden looked like a science experiment gone wrong, but it had good bones. I saw the potential. I also saw my younger brother, Kai, struggling. He'd just married Jordan, and they were living in a cramped, overpriced apartment, barely making ends meet with his part-time gigs and her, well, Jordan mostly focused on her social media influencing aspirations, which hadn't quite taken off. "It's perfect, Alina," Kai had gushed when I first showed him the duplex. "Still a mess, but mine. You're amazing." "The upstairs unit is self-contained," I'd said, already formulating the offer in my head. 2 bedrooms, decent kitchen space once I fix it up. Why don't you and Jordan move in? No rent, just cover your own utilities, get on your feet, save up a deposit for your own place. Kai's eyes had welled up. "You'd do that? Really?" Jordan, standing beside him, had managed a tight smile and "That's very generous, Alina." Even then her gratitude felt a little strained, a little too polite, but I'd brushed it off. Kai was my brother. I wanted to help, so they moved in. I lived in my own tiny rental across town, pouring every spare cent and moment into renovating their unit first, then the downstairs one, which I planned to rent out to cover the mortgage. I worked double shifts at the restaurant, took on freelance graphic design projects that had me staring at a screen until 3 a.m. My diet consisted of coffee and determination, new clothes, a vacation. Those were luxuries for a different lifetime. The duplex was my priority, my sacrifice. The first year they were great. Kai would sometimes help with the heavy lifting on my renovation days for the downstairs unit. Jordan would occasionally bring me a glass of lemonade, complimenting my progress with wide, seemingly sincere eyes. "You're making it so beautiful, Alina. We're so lucky." But slowly, things began to shift. It was subtle at first. After I finished the downstairs unit and got good tenants in, the mortgage was covered, but property taxes and maintenance was still a beast. One summer, their air conditioner broke. It was an older unit, sure, but I suspected it had been run non-stop at Arctic temperatures. "Alina," Jordan had called, her voice breezy. "The AC's dead. It's like an oven up here. When can you get it fixed?" "Oh, that's not good," I'd said, already calculating the cost. "Did you try resetting the breaker or checking the filter?" A pause. No, that sounds complicated. It's your unit, so we figured you'd handle it." I bit back a sigh. "Okay, I'll call a repairman." It cost me $600 I didn't really have. They didn't offer to chip in. When I gently suggested that maybe they could be a bit more mindful of its usage, Jordan had looked affronted. "We pay our utilities, Alina. We should be able to be comfortable." Then there was the time Kai mentioned they were thinking of getting a dog, a big one, in my newly renovated unit with its freshly polished original hardwood floors. "A dog?" I'd asked, trying to keep my voice even. "Kai, we talked about this. The lease agreement for the other tenants is no pets, and I'd prefer to keep it consistent. Plus, the potential for damage—" "Oh, come on, Alina," he'd wheedled. "It's practically our home. Jordan's always wanted a golden retriever." "It is my home, Kai, my investment, and the answer is no, not right now." He'd sulked for a week, and Jordan had been icily polite the next time I saw her. Life has a way of just happening. I got busier with my own career, slowly climbing the ladder at a marketing firm. The tenants downstairs were quiet and paid on time. Kai and Jordan seemed settled. I'd drop by for holidays, birthdays, we'd exchange texts. "Everything good?" I'd ask Kai. "Yep, all quiet here, sis," he'd reply. He was always cheerful, if a bit vague. Jordan rarely initiated contact. I figured they were just living their lives, hopefully saving money, making plans. I trusted them. Maybe I was naive. Maybe I was just too exhausted from building my own life to scrutinize theirs too closely. It had been a few months since I'd last dropped by. With a rare Saturday off, I figured, why not? I grabbed a coffee and headed over, a little niggle of something I couldn't name sitting in my stomach. The little niggle in my stomach grew as I pulled up to the duplex. From the outside, everything looked the same. My sensible, slightly faded blue paint job. The neat, if uninspired flower beds I'd planted along the walkway. I walked up the steps to their unit, number 2, and noticed the front door was ajar, just a crack. That was unusual. Kai was usually so particular about locking up. I could hear noises from inside, a rhythmic thumping and a low hum, like some kind of industrial fan. Not sounds I associated with my brother's usual weekend routine of video games and napping. "Kai! Jordan!" I called out, pushing the door open a little further. The sight that greeted me stopped me dead in my tracks. My coffee cup slipped from my fingers, splashing lukewarm liquid down my jeans and onto the pristine, new light oak flooring that definitely hadn't been there before. The entire front living area was different. Walls had been moved. Where my cosy, slightly worn but perfectly functional kitchen once stood, there was now an open-plan monstrosity. Gleaming white cabinets reached to the ceiling, accented with brushed gold hardware. A massive island topped with a slab of what looked suspiciously like Carrara marble dominated the centre of the room. Stainless steel appliances, the kind with digital displays and price tags that made my eyes water, were built into the custom cabinetry. It looked like something out of a glossy magazine, a style so far removed from my own practical taste, it was almost comical. I stumbled forward, my mind struggling to process. The thumping was coming from further back. I walked, as if in a dream, past the alien kitchen towards the main bathroom. The door was open, more marble, a freestanding soaking tub I knew for a fact cost more than my first car, a rainfall showerhead the size of a dinner plate. "Oh, good, you're here!" Jordan's voice, bright and cheerful, cut through my daze. She emerged from the master bedroom not in her usual yoga pants and oversized hoodie, but in a stylish linen jumpsuit, her hair perfectly coiffed. She was beaming, a wide, self-satisfied smile plastered on her face. She held a sleek, leather-bound folder in her hands. What is all this?" I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "Surprise," she chirped, gesturing around with a flourish. "We knew you've been so busy, Alina, and this place was just... well, it was a bit dated, wasn't it? So Kai and I decided to take the initiative. A little refresh. This was a gut job, a 6-figure top-to-bottom, no-expense-spared demolition and reconstruction." She stepped closer, her smile unwavering, and pressed the folder into my numb hands. "Here are all the invoices. We kept meticulous records. It came in just under 100,000. Not bad, right, for a full high-end remodel?" I stared at her, speechless. $100,000. She said it like she was announcing the score of a particularly good round of golf. "You can afford it, Alina," she continued, her tone now slightly patronizing, as if explaining something to a slow child. "And it's your house anyway. It needed an update. Think of the equity." Kai chose that moment to shuffle in from the hallway, looking sheepish, but also expectant. He wouldn't quite meet my eye. "Jordan," I finally found my voice, which came out hoarse. "What have you done?" "We've improved your investment, Alina," she said, puffing up slightly. "You should be thanking us." "Thanking you?" I repeated, the words catching in my throat. The shock was starting to wear off, replaced by a wave of icy fury that began in my toes and rose, chilling me to the bone. "You spent nearly $100,000 on unauthorized renovations in my house, and you expect me to thank you and pay for it?" Kai finally spoke, his voice defensive. "Well, yeah, it's your property. It benefits you in the long run. Don't be so stingy, Alina. We did all the hard work of managing the contractors and picking everything out." Stingy, he called me stingy, after 5 years of rent-free living, after I'd sacrificed and saved to give them a leg up. The audacity was a physical blow. I could feel the blood draining from my face, then rushing back with a heat that made my ears burn. I looked from Kai's evasive face to Jordan's smug, confident one. I wanted to scream. I wanted to rage. I wanted to throw that ridiculously expensive marble-topped island through the brand-new picture window. Instead, a strange calm descended. A very cold, very clear calm. I closed my mouth, took a slow breath, and looked down at the folder in my hands. I didn't open it. "I see," I said, my voice devoid of any emotion I was actually feeling. "I need to process this." Jordan, seeing my stunned silence, added with a condescending smile, "We even picked out finishes we knew you'd love. Eventually, consider it our gift to your portfolio." My blood ran cold. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was a calculated move. A deliberate, entitled, breathtakingly arrogant heist. "I have to go," I said quietly, turning on my heel. I walked out, leaving them standing in the opulent ruin of what used to be my sensible, carefully managed investment property. The smell of fresh paint and new grout followed me out the door, smelling like betrayal. The drive back to my own small, slightly cluttered apartment was a blur. The cold calm I'd managed to project in front of Kai and Jordan shattered the moment I closed my front door behind me. I sank onto my sofa, the leather folder still clutched in my hand, and the numbness gave way to a tremor that started in my hands and spread through my whole body. Betrayal. It was a raw physical ache in my chest. I replayed the scene over and over. Jordan's beaming face, Kai's mumbled accusation of me being stingy, the sheer, unadulterated gall of it. They hadn't just crossed a line, they'd bulldozed it, paved it over with marble and sent me the bill. How could they think this was okay? How could Kai, my own brother, stand by and let this happen, even participate? The hurt was a sharp, jagged thing. 5 years. 5 years I'd given them a home, a chance to build their future, and this was how they repaid me. Then a different thought began to surface through the pain. This wasn't impulsive. That level of renovation, the contractors, the specific high-end choices, it had to have been planned. Meticulously. I remembered an offhand comment Jordan had made months ago during a rare family dinner. "We're just bursting at the seams in that little kitchen," she'd sighed dramatically, swirling her wine. "It's impossible to entertain properly." At the time, I'd dismissed it as typical Jordan hyperbole. Now it felt like a breadcrumb. I grabbed my laptop. Jordan was obsessed with her online image, but her public social media was all carefully curated lifestyle shots. Nothing that would reveal a major renovation in a home that wasn't technically hers to renovate. Then I remembered Kai mentioning, with a roll of his eyes, Jordan's endless vision boards and digital scrapbooks. She used one of those cloud storage services, the one with the cutesy animal logo. It was a long shot, a desperate, ethically murky stab in the dark. I knew their wedding anniversary. I knew the name of the fluffy white cat Snowball that Jordan doted on, and that I'd expressly forbidden in the unit, a rule clearly ignored. I tried a few combinations: anniversary date plus Snowball, Snowball plus anniversary. Then Snowball followed by their wedding year. Bingo. I was in. My heart hammered against my ribs. A folder list appeared. Most were innocuous. Vacation ideas, recipe collection, influencer collabs, dreaming. And then there it was, our dream home project. My breath hitched. I clicked it open. It was all there, subfolders meticulously organised. Kitchen inspiration, bathroom finishes, contractor quotes. There were invoices, dozens of them, already paid from an account I didn't recognise. Probably joint savings they'd been siphoning into this instead of, say, a down payment on their own place. There were architectural drawings, detailed plans for my duplex unit, transforming it into their palace. And then the final damning piece of evidence, an email draft in a subfolder titled Comms. It was addressed to one of the main contractors, dated 6 months prior. It was from Jordan. Regarding payment, it read, "We will be managing the initial deposits. The final balance will be settled by the property owner, my sister-in-law Alina, once the project is complete and she is presented with the full scope of the value-adding upgrade. She's very supportive of us making the space our own." Supportive, value-adding upgrade. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely control the mouse. They hadn't just overstepped. They hadn't just been thoughtless or entitled. They had actively, deliberately, and with months of premeditation, conspired to defraud me. They'd planned to spring this on me, counting on my shock, my desire to avoid family conflict, or perhaps my supposed wealth, to bully me into paying for their fantasy. The hurt didn't disappear, but it was now overlaid with something else. A cold, hard fury. A steely resolve that settled deep in my bones. They wanted to play me for a fool. They thought I'd just roll over. I picked up my phone, my fingers surprisingly steady as I dialed. "Amara," I said when my best friend answered, "you are not going to believe what just happened." I laid it all out, the surprise visit, the marble monstrosity, the folder of bills, Kai's accusation. Amara listened, punctuated by gasps and horrified silences. "No freaking way," she breathed when I finished. "Alina, that's grand larceny with a side of delusion." "Tell me about it," I said, the cold anger making my voice flat. "And I found their plans, Amara, online. They've been plotting this for at least 6 months. Okay, deep breaths," Amara said, her voice instantly shifting into practical, supportive mode. "First, you are not paying a single cent, not one. Second, you need a lawyer, like yesterday." "I know," I said. The thought had already begun to form. "I know a guy," Amara said. "Stephen Norris. He's a shark, but he's fair. Specialises in property and contract disputes. He'll eat them for breakfast." Staring at their secret plans, the betrayal was a fresh stab. They hadn't just overstepped, they'd conspired. My desire for simple repayment morphed into something colder, more calculated. They wanted to play games? Fine, I'd learn the rules. I booked an appointment with Stephen Norris for Monday morning. Stephen Norris's office was all sleek lines and muted tones, a stark contrast to the chaos raging inside me. He was a man in his late 40s, sharp eyes, sharper suit, and a handshake that meant business. I laid out the whole sordid tale, from my initial offer of a rent-free haven to the marble-clad ambush, and the damning contents of Jordan's Dream Home Project folder, copies of which I'd printed and brought with me. He listened intently, occasionally jotting down a note, his expression unreadable. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair. "Miss Henderson," he began, his voice calm and measured, "your brother and sister-in-law have, to put it mildly, acted egregiously. They had no legal right to make alterations of that magnitude without your explicit written consent, and they certainly have no legal standing to demand you pay for said alterations." A small knot of tension I hadn't realised I was holding loosened in my chest. "So, I don't have to pay?" "Absolutely not," Stephen confirmed. "In fact, you have several avenues here. You could sue them for the cost of restoring the property to its original condition if that's what you wished. You could evict them for breach of your verbal tenancy agreement. Their unauthorised renovations constitute a significant breach." He paused. "Or you could explore other resolutions." The idea of simply evicting them and suing for damages was tempting, a quick, clean cut. But then I thought of Jordan's smug face, Kai's accusation. It wasn't just about the money anymore. It was about the audacity, the sheer, unmitigated entitlement. "What kind of other resolutions?" I asked. Stephen's lips curved into a slight, almost imperceptible smile. "Well, they've significantly, if illegally, increased the value of your asset. We could certainly leverage that." I left his office an hour later, a plan beginning to take shape, a cold, satisfying counter-offensive. He'd given me clarity and, more importantly, a sense of control I hadn't felt since I'd walked into that renovated nightmare. Meanwhile, back in their marble palace, Kai and Jordan were clearly growing impatient. A few days after my visit, Jordan's text started. "Hey Alina, just wondering about that Reno payment. The contractor for the countertops is asking about the final instalment. Let me know when you can transfer." The smiley face was particularly galling. I ignored it. 2 days later, another one. "Alina, seriously, we need to get these bills paid. It's starting to get awkward. Can you at least give us a timeline?" I continued to ignore them. Let them sweat. Let them wonder. Then photos started appearing on my cousin Sarah's social media feed. Kai and Jordan beaming, hosting a small dinner party in their new kitchen. Gleaming marble, artfully arranged charcuterie board, Jordan raising a champagne flute. The caption, "Housewarming, kinda, at Kai and Jordan's gorgeous new place. So jelly, erst schon new kitchen vibes on Dream Home." My jaw tightened. They were already showing it off, claiming it as their own, before I'd even agreed to foot the bill they'd fraudulently run up in my name. The nerve was boundless. Then came the call I'd been dreading, but also expecting. My mother, Nancy. "Alina, darling," she began, her voice laced with that familiar tone of gentle persuasion she used when she wanted me to smooth over family ripples. "Kai called. He's very upset. He said there's been a misunderstanding about some work they did on the house." "A misunderstanding, Mom?" I kept my voice carefully neutral. "They gutted my property and expect me to pay $100,000 for renovations I never approved. That's not a misunderstanding. That's a demand." "Oh, Alina, don't be so dramatic," she sighed. "He said Jordan got a bit carried away, but their intentions were good. It does look lovely from what he described. Can't you just—" sort this out. It's family. Perhaps pay half or work out a payment plan with them. For peace' sake. I could hear Kai's one-sided, woe-is-me version of events echoing in her words. He'd conveniently left out the premeditated planning, the secret folders, the sheer scale of the deception. "Mum, there's more to this than Kai is telling you," I said, trying to keep the frustration out of my voice. "I'm looking into it. I'll handle it." "Well, I hope so, dear. Family is too important to let silly things like money come between you. Silly things like money, like $100,000 of my money they'd spent without my permission." I hung up, feeling a fresh wave of anger, not just at Kai and Jordan, but at the way my family always seemed to expect me to be the accommodating one, the one to absorb the costs, emotional or financial. The next day, another text from Jordan. This one took the cake. "Hey, so we were thinking, since the main bath turned out so well, we should probably do the guest bathroom to match. Keep the flow, you know? What are your thoughts on a clawfoot tub? You'd love it. We found a great one, only a few grand. Let me know if you want the link. XOXO." The sheer, unadulterated, gold-plated nerve of it almost made me laugh. Almost. They were already planning phase 2 of their hostile takeover of my finances and my property. They truly believed they were going to get away with it. They had no idea what was coming. The first step in my counter-offensive was to get an official valuation. On Stephen Norris's recommendation, I contacted Leah Jensen, a certified appraiser. I met her at a coffee shop near her office, not at the duplex. I didn't want Kai and Jordan getting wind of anything yet. "So, the situation is a little unusual," I began, handing Leah a coffee. "My tenants, who are family, unfortunately, undertook extensive renovations without my consent. They're very high-end." Leah raised an eyebrow. "Unauthorized renovations? That's a messy one. Are we talking new paint or something more substantial?" "Marble countertops, new layout, luxury appliances, the works," I said. "Professionally done, from what I can tell, just entirely unapproved and unbudgeted by me." "I see," she said, tapping her pen on her notepad. "And you need an appraisal reflecting the current state of the property, including these additions?" "Exactly," I confirmed. "As is. I need to know what it's worth now with all their, improvements." Leah was discreet and efficient. She visited the property a few days later, while Kai and Jordan were presumably at their respective day jobs, or, in Jordan's case, curating content. I'd given her a key. She called me that afternoon. "Well, Alina," Leah said, a note of surprise in her voice, "your tenants certainly have expensive taste, and they hired competent, if presumptuous, contractors. The workmanship is surprisingly good for an unauthorized job. The value of your property has increased significantly." She emailed me the official report later that day. The numbers were staggering. The duplex unit, with its unwanted but undeniably luxurious makeover, was now valued at nearly $150,000 more than I'd paid for the entire building 5 years ago. My jaw tightened. They'd spent close to $100,000 of their, or soon-to-be my, money, and, in doing so, had gifted me a substantial bump in equity. The irony was almost painful, yet deeply satisfying. Armed with this concrete valuation, the next phase of my plan clicked into place. A few days later, my phone rang. It was Kai. His voice, when I answered, was dripping with a syrupy, unfamiliar remorse. "Alina, hey, sis, listen, I wanted to apologize about the house and everything." I waited, saying nothing. I could hear faint whispering in the background. Jordan, no doubt, coaching him. Jordan, well, she gets these ideas, you know, and she just runs with them. She got a bit carried away. We both did. We're really sorry if it caused you any stress. Stress? That was one word for it. Financial ruin was another. "We were thinking," he continued, the false sincerity practically oozing through the phone, Maybe we could talk properly about the renovations. Maybe we can contribute a little something towards it. Help out with the cost. A little something after they'd presented me with a bill for 100 grand. The whispering in the background got a little louder, more insistent. Jordan was clearly feeding him lines. This wasn't an apology. It was a pathetic attempt to gauge my reaction, to see if I was softening, to perhaps trick me into committing to pay something, anything, so they could claim I'd agreed. I almost laughed. Instead, I kept my voice cool, non-committal. Of course, Kai, we should definitely talk. It's a significant situation. Great, he said, relief evident in his tone. When are you free? We can come over to your place, or... Actually, I interjected smoothly, why don't you both come over to the house next Saturday, say around 11? We can discuss its future then. The house? Oh, yeah, sure, that works, he said, a little surprised. He probably expected me to be avoiding the scene of the crime. We'll be there. Perfect, I said. I'll see you both then. I hung up, a grim smile playing on my lips. They thought they were reeling me in. They had no idea they were swimming straight into the net. The next week was a flurry of activity. I met with Stephen Norris again. We went over the appraisal, the figures, the strategy. He was thorough, his legal mind dissecting every angle. By the end of our second meeting, we had 2 documents drafted, printed on crisp, official-looking paper. The first was a new lease agreement, a standard rental contract, but with one crucial difference, the monthly rent. It was calculated based on the current fair market value for a newly renovated luxury 2-bedroom unit in that neighbourhood, a figure significantly higher than my mortgage, property taxes and insurance combined, a figure I knew they couldn't possibly afford. The second document was an offer of sale, a straightforward proposal for them to purchase the unit from me. The price? The new, much higher appraised value, reflecting all their hard work and investment. I placed both documents into a neat manila folder. I sent the calendar invite through email. Meeting to discuss property matters. Simple, formal. Let them think they were about to get what they wanted. Let them walk in, confident and smug, ready for me to finally cave. The anticipation was a tight coil in my stomach, but it wasn't anxiety, it was the thrill of the hunt. Saturday morning dawned bright and clear, a perfect backdrop for the storm I was about to unleash. I arrived at the duplex a good hour before Kai and Jordan were due, the manila folder heavy in my tote bag. I let myself into their unit, my unit, using the key I still had. The air still smelled faintly of new paint and expensive wood. I walked through the transformed space, my footsteps echoing on the light oak floors. The marble countertops gleamed under the recessed lighting. It was undeniably beautiful, in a cold, show-home kind of way, a monument to their audacity. I felt surprisingly calm. The weeks of anger, hurt, and meticulous planning had distilled into a cold, clear focus. I knew exactly what I was going to do, exactly what I was going to say. There was no room for doubt, no space for wavering. I made myself a cup of tea using their ridiculously high-tech kettle, the kind that could probably launch a rocket if you pressed the wrong button, and sat at the huge marble island. I arranged the documents from my folder neatly in front of me, waiting. At precisely 11 o'clock, I heard their car pull up, footsteps on the stairs, a knock on the door they now treated as their own. "Come in," I called out, my voice even. Kai entered first, looking nervous, his eyes darting around as if expecting a trap. Jordan followed, and any nervousness she might have felt was expertly masked by that familiar, infuriatingly smug expression. She was dressed impeccably, of course, in some sort of cream-coloured cashmere sweater and perfectly tailored trousers. She looked like she owned the place, which, in her mind, I suppose she did. "Alina, hi," Jordan chirped. her smile wide and a little too bright. "Thanks for having us over. So glad we can finally sort this all out." "Kai, Jordan," I greeted them, my tone polite, almost bland. "Please, have a seat." I gestured to the new bar stools tucked under the island. They sat, Kai perching uneasily on the edge of his stool, Jordan settling in with an air of expectation. She glanced at the folder in front of me, a flicker of something triumph in her eyes. She probably thought it contained a check, or at least a payment plan proposal heavily weighted in her favour. "Coffee?" I offered, playing the gracious hostess in their stolen palace. "Oh, no, thank you. We're fine," Jordan said, waving a dismissive hand. "We just had brunch." Of course they did, probably at some trendy spot celebrating their impending victory. An awkward silence descended for a moment. I let it hang there, watching them. Kai fidgeted with the strap of his watch. Jordan examined her perfectly manicured nails. Finally, Jordan broke the silence, unable to resist guiding the conversation. "So," she began, leaning forward slightly, her voice conspiratorial, "this place, right? It's just amazing now. Don't you think? It finally feels like a real home." I met her gaze. "It's certainly different," I said, my voice carefully neutral. "Different in a good way," she pressed. "All the agents say kitchens and bathrooms sell houses, Alina. We've basically future-proofed your investment. That marble, Italian, and the appliances are all top of the line, energy efficient too." She rattled off brand names and features as if she were a salesperson on commission. Kai chimed in, emboldened by Jordan's confidence. "Yeah, Alina, we put a lot of thought into it, a lot of work. Those contractors weren't easy to manage, let me tell you." I nodded slowly, letting them talk, letting them dig their own graves a little deeper. I even managed a small, non-committal hum of agreement when Jordan pointed out a particularly hideous and undoubtedly expensive light fixture they'd chosen for the dining area. "Yes," I said when they finally paused for breath, "you've certainly put a lot of work into making it unique." The anticipation in the room was thick enough to spread on toast. They were practically vibrating with it, waiting for me to acknowledge their brilliance, their foresight, and, most importantly, to open my checkbook. Jordan's smug smile was fixed in place. Kai looked like a kid waiting for a promised treat. I let a small, almost imperceptible smile play on my lips. "Well," I began, placing my hand on the manila folder, my fingers brushing against the crisp edges of the documents within. I paused, drawing out the moment, savouring the shift in the air as their expectant smiles wavered slightly, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. "I've given this a lot of thought," I continued, my voice calm and steady. "A great deal of thought. And I've made some decisions regarding the house and your substantial contributions to its value." I looked them both directly in the eye, first Kai, then Jordan, holding their gaze for a beat longer than comfortable. The air in the ridiculously opulent kitchen crackled. "First," I said, my voice even and cold, sliding a glossy, professionally bound document across the marble island towards them, "I want to thank you. Your unauthorized yet extensive renovations have significantly increased the market value of my property." I tapped the cover of the document. "This is the official appraisal report conducted last week." I watched their faces. Kai frowned, looking confused. Jordan's smug smile widened a fraction, a predatory gleam in her eyes. She clearly thought this was the prelude to me capitulating, perhaps even offering them a bonus for their vision. She reached for the report. "So," I continued, my voice dropping a notch, losing any hint of warmth it might have feigned earlier. I slid a second document across the island, this one a standard legal form. "Effective the 1st of next month, your rent will be adjusted to reflect the current luxury market rate for such a beautifully renovated home." I paused, letting the words sink in. "That will be $3,500 per month." Their smiles vanished instantly. utterly. Jordan's jaw quite literally dropped. Her perfectly lipsticked mouth hung open in a silent O of disbelief. Kai went pale, his eyes widening as he stared at the new lease agreement I'd just presented. Before either of them could recover enough to speak, I pressed on, my voice like ice. Or, of course, I added, sliding a third document, the purchase offer, towards them. You have another option. You can purchase the property from me. I gave them a thin, humourless smile. Given your substantial investment and clear emotional attachment to the place, it only seems fair to offer it to you first. I tapped the purchase offer. The price, based on the new appraisal which reflects all your wonderful upgrades, is $475,000. Silence. A thick, stunned, suffocating silence filled the room. The only sound was the faint hum of the brand-new top-of-the-line refrigerator. Then chaos erupted. "What?" Jordan finally shrieked, her voice cracking. She shot to her feet, knocking her bar stool slightly askew. "You can't do that! $3,500 a month? Are you insane?" "It's the current market rate, Jordan," I replied calmly, though my heart was hammering. "For a unit of this quality, in this location, with these finishes. Your finishes, I might add." But we did all the work," Kai stammered, his face a mask of bewildered outrage. "We paid for it. You can't just charge us rent on our own improvements." "Actually, Kai, you made improvements to my property," I corrected him, my voice still level. "Improvements I never asked for, never approved, and certainly never agreed to pay for. You presented me with a bill for nearly $100,000. I'm merely adjusting the terms of your tenancy to reflect the new reality you've created." "This is outrageous! It's unfair!" Jordan was practically screaming now, her face flushed an ugly red that clashed horribly with her cashmere sweater. "We're family. You're supposed to help us, not extort us." "Extort you?" I raised an eyebrow. "I believe you were the ones who presented me with an unexpected 6-figure bill after conducting major renovations without my permission. I'm offering you choices. Pay the fair market rent for the luxury apartment you've designed for yourselves, or buy it at its fair market value. A value, I remind you, that you yourselves established with your contributions." Kai was shaking his head, looking utterly defeated. We don't have that kind of money, Alina. You know that. We can't afford that rent. We can't afford to buy it." His voice was a desperate whisper. "Then perhaps you should have considered that before you decided to play real estate developer with my assets," I said, my patience wearing thin. The cold fury was back, bubbling just beneath the surface of my calm demeanour. Jordan screeched, "You're evil, Alina! This is our home!" Her eyes blazed with a mixture of fury and panic. I met her furious gaze unflinching. "No, Jordan, this is my house, which you treated like your personal ATM and showroom. You made your choices when you forged ahead with this ridiculous, unauthorized renovation. You made your choices when you expected me to just gratefully pay for your lavish tastes. Now you have new ones to make." I stood up, collecting my copy of the documents. "You have 30 days to either sign the new lease agreement or accept the purchase offer. If neither of those options works for you, you have 30 days to vacate the premises." I walked towards the door, leaving them standing there, amidst the splendour they had so arrogantly created, their faces a mixture of shock, disbelief, and dawning horror. The silence that followed my ultimatum was more satisfying than any shouting match could ever have been. The 30 days that followed my ultimatum were a maelstrom. My phone blew up with panicked calls from Kai, his voice alternating between pleading and accusing. "Alina, you can't be serious. We'll be homeless. How could you do this to your own brother?" Jordan, after her initial outburst, resorted to a barrage of texts. They started demanding, "You will regret this, Alina. We have rights." Then shifted to bargaining. Okay, what if we pay you back for the reno over time? Like a tiny bit each month, and you keep the rent the same." and finally devolved into desperate, tearful pleas. Please, Alina, we made a mistake. A huge mistake. Don't do this to us. We'll do anything. They tried to rally the family, of course. My mother, Nancy, called again, her voice tight with distress. Alina, Philip and I are very concerned. Kai is beside himself. Jordan is a wreck. Can't you find it in your heart to compromise? They're offering to pay you back eventually. This time I was prepared. Mum, I said calmly, did Kai tell you they'd been planning this for over 6 months? Did he show you the Dream Home Project folder Jordan kept, detailing how they were going to present me with the bill for their upgrade? Silence on the other end of the line. I'm emailing you copies, Mom, you and Dad, so you can see the full picture. I sent them the evidence, the invoices, the email drafts, the whole sordid plan. When Mom called back later, her tone was subdued. Oh, Alina, I had no idea it was so calculated. She still tried a week, but they're young, they make mistakes. But the conviction was gone. Even she couldn't defend this level of premeditated deceit. Philip, true to form, said little, but I could tell he was shocked. Kai and Jordan scrambled. They couldn't afford the new rent, not even close. And getting a mortgage for nearly $500,000, especially when they were already carrying the secret debt from the contractors they'd hired for my house, was an impossibility. Their frantic attempts to find a financial loophole, a sympathetic lender, or a rich relative to bail them out, all failed. On the 29th day, a moving truck pulled up to the duplex. I didn't go over. I didn't need to. My lawyer had already informed theirs that I expected the property to be left in pristine condition, as per the terms of their original, albeit verbal and now thoroughly violated, agreement. They complied, probably on legal advice or perhaps holding on to a sliver of hope that a demonstration of good behaviour might make me relent at the 11th hour. I didn't. Amara helped me do the final walkthrough after they'd gone. The place was immaculate, spotless. Every marble surface gleamed. Every high-end appliance shone. It was also eerily empty, stripped of all their personal belongings, all traces of their occupancy. All that remained was the monument to their greed and my victory. Wow, Amara breathed, looking around the cavernous, empty kitchen. They really did a number on this place. Expensive, but wow. Yep, I said, running a hand over the cool marble island. And now it's going to make me a tidy profit. I put the unit on the rental market the very next day, at the full $3,500 rate. It was snapped up in less than a week by a young doctor and her architect husband who adored the modern luxurious finishes. They signed a 2-year lease. The last I heard, through the family grapevine, Kai and Jordan were crammed into a tiny, run-down 1-bedroom apartment on the other side of town, the kind of place they'd probably sneered at 5 years ago. Their relationship, already strained by Jordan's expensive tastes and Kai's spinelessness, was reportedly crumbling under the weight of their self-inflicted financial disaster and the mountain of debt they still owed to the contractors. Apparently, those meticulous records Jordan kept didn't extend to actually paying all the final bills once it became clear I wasn't going to. My relationship with Kai is fractured, maybe irreparably. He avoids my calls and family gatherings are tense. My parents are still walking on eggshells around me, a mixture of residual disappointment in Kai and a new wary respect for me. It's not perfect, but a huge weight has been lifted from my shoulders. I stood up for myself. I drew a line in the sand, and when they stomped all over it in diamond-studded stilettos, I made them pay the price. The financial gain from the increased rent is undeniably satisfying. It's more than covering the mortgage and expenses. It's actually building my savings at a rate I'd only dreamed of. But the real satisfaction, the deep, quiet hum of contentment, comes from the karma. They thought they were so clever, so entitled, so much smarter than hard-working, sensible Alina. They thought they could take and then demand more. Instead, they dug their own gold-plated ditch, and I simply handed them the shovels and let them lie in it. Some might call it harsh, but as I cashed that first new rent check, all I could think was that they had every chance to be grateful, to be respectful, to be decent. Instead, they chose greed. And greed, as they learned, has a very steep price, especially when you try to send the bill to someone else.
The inheritance check sat untouched on the dining room table like a loaded gun. My brother Ross's words still rang in my ears, each syllable another twist of the knife he'd just planted in my back. I'm Kendra, and until exactly 14 minutes ago, I thought I knew what family meant. It just makes more sense this way, sis, Ross said, flashing that trademark smile that had gotten him out of trouble since we were kids. With the twins' private school tuition and the new house renovations, stop. My voice came out steadier than I felt. Just stop talking. Mom nervously rearranged her silverware, avoiding my eyes. Dad suddenly found his meatloaf fascinating. The fancy Sunday dinner spread before us. Mom's attempt at softening the blow now seemed like a cruel joke. Honey, Mom finally spoke, her voice wavering. Your brother has a family to support. You're doing so well with your career, and you're single. So that makes it okay to give him my inheritance? The money Grandma specifically left for me? The words tasted bitter in my mouth. Ross leaned forward, all concerned big brother. Look, I talked it over with Mom and Dad. They agree it's the practical choice. You don't need it like we do. We? I laughed, the sound harsh even to my ears. You mean like you needed that boat last summer? Or the luxury SUV you can barely afford payments on? That's not fair, Ross protested, but I saw the flash of guilt in his eyes. Kendra, Dad finally spoke up, his tone maddeningly reasonable. Your brother came to us with a solid plan, the kids' education. Stop using your children as shields, Ross. I turned to Jasmine, his wife, who hadn't said a word. Did you know about this? She startled, looking uncomfortable. Ross said, he said everyone agreed it was best. Everyone except me, you mean? I stood up, my chair scraping against the hardwood floor. The person whose inheritance it actually is. Sit down, sweetheart, Mom pleaded. Let's discuss this like adults. Adults? I grabbed my purse. Adults don't go behind their daughter's back to steal her inheritance. Adults don't manipulate their parents into betraying their own child. Ross stood too, reaching for my arm. You're being dramatic. It's just money. I jerked away from his touch. Just money? It was Grandma's final gift to me. She wanted me to have security, independence. But you couldn't stand that, could you? That's not true. But his protest sounded hollow. You know what the worst part is? I looked around at their faces, guilty, defensive, pleading. None of you even had the decency to tell me until after the papers were signed. How long were you planning this, Ross? How many family dinners did you sit through, knowing what you were about to do? The silence was damning. Kendra, please, Mom started crying. Classic Mom, making it about her pain. I'm done. I headed for the door, then turned back. You know what Grandma told me before she died? She said, trust yourself first, because family can hurt you deepest. I didn't understand her then. I do now. Don't leave like this, Dad called after me. We can work something out. I paused at the door, touching the delicate silver bracelet on my wrist, Grandma's other gift to me. You've all worked out enough behind my back. Enjoy your dinner. And Ross? I met my brother's eyes one last time. I hope it was worth it. The drive home was a blur. My phone buzzed repeatedly, probably Mom, maybe Jasmine with guilty explanations. I ignored them all. In my apartment, I poured a glass of wine with shaking hands and called the one person I could trust. Isabel, you're not going to believe what just happened. Girl, what's wrong? You sound terrible. Remember how I told you Ross was being suspiciously nice lately? Showing up at Mom and Dad's every weekend, helping with house repairs, playing the perfect son? Yeah? He convinced them to sign over my inheritance to him. All of it. They did it without even telling me. Isabel's gasp of outrage was exactly what I needed to hear. They did not. That manipulative bastard. They did, and you know what's crazy. They all sat there acting like I was being unreasonable for being upset. Oh, hell no. What are you gonna do? I touched Grandma's bracelet again, feeling its familiar weight. I don't know yet, but I'm done being the good sister who always understands, always forgives. Ross thinks he's won? He has no idea what he just started. That's my girl, Isabel said fiercely. Whatever you need, I'm here. I took a deep breath, anger crystallizing into something harder, colder, more focused. What I need is a plan, because this isn't over, not by a long shot. 3 days after the dinner disaster, I sat in Marcus and Son's jewelry appraisal, watching an elderly man examine Grandma's bracelet under a bright light. My stomach churned with every careful turn of his magnifying glass. This is quite exceptional craftsmanship, he murmured, adjusting his glasses. Art Deco period, platinum setting with high-quality diamonds. Your grandmother had excellent taste. I swallowed hard. She did. May I ask why you're selling? His kind eyes met mine. Family pieces like this usually have significant sentimental value. They do, I said, my voice tight. But sometimes you have to sacrifice something precious to build something better. My phone buzzed again, the 20th call from Mom since Sunday. I silenced it without looking. I can offer you $65,000, the appraiser said. It's above market value, but the craftsmanship and provenance justify it. The number hit me like a physical blow. Grandma had never told me its worth, and I'd never asked. She'd simply clasped it around my wrist on my 30th birthday, saying, "For when you need to remember your worth, darling." My phone lit up with a text from Isabel. "You don't have to do this. We can find another way." But I knew I did. The bracelet was my last tie to the family I thought I had, and now it would become the foundation of something new. "I'll take it," I said firmly. As the appraiser went to prepare the paperwork, the bell above the door chimed. I turned to see Jasmine walking in, looking nervous. "Kendra, wait!" She hurried over. "Your mom told me you might be here. Please don't sell it." I stood up, gripping my purse. "You don't get a say in this, Jasmine." I know, she wrung her hands. "But this bracelet, it means so much to you. Ross feels terrible about everything." "Ross feels terrible?" I laughed bitterly. "Is that why he's been calling to apologize? Oh, wait, he hasn't." "He's complicated," Jasmine defended weakly. "But the kids keep asking why Aunt Kendra isn't answering their texts." Low blow. "Don't use Emerson and Julian against me. That's Ross's move." "I'm not. She lowered her voice. "Things aren't great at home. Ross is stressed about money, even with the inheritance. Maybe if you talk to him." "Mrs. Powell?" The appraiser called from his desk. "The paperwork's ready." Jasmine grabbed my arm. "Please, Kendra, this bracelet is your connection to your grandmother." I gently removed her hand. "No, my connection to Grandma is what she taught me about standing up for myself. This?" I touched the bracelet one last time. "This is just the beginning." "The beginning of what?" "You'll see." I walked to the appraiser's desk, leaving Jasmine standing there. 20 minutes later, I stepped out into the sunshine, a cashier's check in my purse where the bracelet used to be. Jasmine was gone, probably already reporting back to Ross and my parents. My phone rang again, Isabel this time. "It's done," I said, answering. "How are you feeling?" like I just cut off my own arm. I started walking toward the subway. But also, free? Meet me at Carlo's? You shouldn't be alone right now. At our favorite coffee shop, Isabel was already waiting with my usual order and her laptop open. Okay, she said as I sat down. I've been researching. With your business background and my nonprofit experience, we could make this work. The market for women's financial education is huge, especially for those recovering from financial abuse. I took a sip of coffee, letting her words sink in. You really think we can do this? Girl, you just sold your most precious possession to help other women avoid what happened to you. We're already doing this. My phone buzzed with a text from Ross. Mom's crying. Hope you're happy. I showed it to Isabel, who rolled her eyes. Classic manipulation. You know that's not on you, right? I know. I pulled out my laptop. Let's focus on something that matters. Show me what you found about starting a nonprofit. As Isabel walked me through her research, I felt something shift inside me. The ache of losing Grandma's bracelet was still there, but now it was fuel for something bigger. First thing we need is a name, Isabel said, poised to type. I thought about Grandma's words about remembering my worth, about all the women out there facing their own Rosses, their own betrayals. Worth rising, I said firmly, because that's what we're going to help women do. Isabel grinned. Perfect. Now, let's make your brother regret ever messing with you. For the first time in days, I smiled. The bracelet might be gone, but its power was just beginning to show. And that's how Worth Rising was born, I concluded, looking out at the sea of faces in our first workshop. 6 months of sleepless nights, endless paperwork, and determination had led to this moment. 20 women sat before me, each with their own story of financial betrayal or manipulation. Some nodded in recognition as I shared my experience. Others wiped away tears. But this isn't about my story, I continued, gesturing to the workbooks Isabel was distributing. It's about making sure your story has a different ending. A woman in the front row raised her hand. What if it's too late? My ex-husband already cleaned out our accounts. It's never too late, Maria. I walked closer to her. That's why we're partnering with Legal Aid Services. Isabel, can you share the resource packet? As Isabel handled the practical details, my phone vibrated, a text from Mom. Your father's birthday dinner is Sunday. Please come. We miss you. I switched off the screen. 6 months of minimal contact had been harder than I'd expected, but necessary. Kendra? Another participant spoke up. How did you deal with the anger? I'm so mad at myself for being stupid. Stop right there, I interrupted firmly. You weren't stupid. You were trusting. There's a difference. The people who abuse that trust, they're the ones who should feel stupid. After the workshop, Isabel and I were packing up when a young woman approached us. Her hands trembled as she clutched her purse. I'm Sarah, she said quietly. I've been sleeping in my car for 2 weeks. My boyfriend, he convinced me to put everything in his name. Said it was for tax purposes. Isabel and I exchanged glances. This was exactly why we'd started Worth Rising. Sit down, Sarah, I said, pulling out a chair. Let's talk about your options. 3 hours later, Sarah had a place at our partner's shelter, an appointment with our legal team, and a spark of hope in her eyes that hadn't been there before. That's number 12, Isabel said as we watched Sarah leave. 12 women we've helped get back on their feet. Not enough, I replied, checking my email, but it's a start. A new message popped up from a local news station. They wanted to do a feature on Worth Rising. Holy shit, Isabel breathed, reading over my shoulder. This could be huge for us. It could help us reach more women, I agreed, already typing a response. The next morning, I was adjusting my blazer in the studio's green room when my phone lit up with Ross's number. I almost declined the call, but something made me answer. What do you want, Ross? Just saw the promo for your TV interview, he said, his voice tight. Real subtle, sis, airing our family drama on local news. Interesting that you assume it's about you, I replied coolly. This is about helping women protect themselves from financial abuse. Ring any bells? You're unbelievable, he snapped. Mom's a mess. Dad barely talks anymore, and you're turning it into some kind of crusade? Ms. Powell? The producer poked her head in. We're ready for you. I have to go, I told Ross. By the way, how are those private school payments working out? I hung up before he could respond. The interview went better than I dared hope. The reporter was genuinely interested in our mission, asking thoughtful questions about financial literacy and empowerment. What inspired you to start Worth Rising? She asked. Sometimes, I said, looking directly into the camera, the worst betrayals can lead to the best revelations. Every woman deserves to know her worth isn't determined by anyone else's actions. By that evening, our website had crashed from too many visitors. Isabel called in a panic. We've got over 300 emails. Women asking for help, offering to volunteer, wanting to donate. I sat down hard on my couch. How many can we help? With this response, we'll need to expand, maybe open satellite offices. She paused. Kendra, we're going to need more funding. I know someone who owes me an inheritance, I said dryly. Girl, no, Isabel laughed. Think bigger. I've got a meeting set up with the Women's Foundation tomorrow. They're interested in partnering. My doorbell rang. Outside stood Jasmine, looking uncomfortable. I saw your interview, she said before I could speak. I need to talk to you about Ross. The look in her eyes told me everything I needed to know. Karma was finally making its first appearance. Come in, I said, stepping aside. Tell me everything. As Jasmine walked past me, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the hallway mirror. No bracelet on my wrist anymore, but something stronger had taken its place. Purpose. Jasmine's hands shook as she clutched her coffee mug. The credit card companies keep calling. Ross changed our phone numbers twice, but they keep finding us. I sat across from her in my living room, processing her words. How bad is it? Bad. She pulled out a crumpled envelope from her purse. The private school sent this yesterday. They're threatening to remove the kids if we miss another payment. What happened to the inheritance money? I asked, already suspecting the answer. Jasmine's laugh was hollow. Gone. All of it. Ross said he was investing in some amazing opportunity, something about cryptocurrency and real estate. Of course he did. I remembered Ross's get-rich-quick schemes from college. Some things never changed. That's not even the worst part. Jasmine lowered her voice, though we were alone. I found paperwork in his office. He took out a second mortgage on the house without telling me, used my signature. My head snapped up. He forged your signature? He said it was just temporary, that the investment would pay off any day now. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Emerson needs braces. Julian's having anxiety attacks about changing schools, and I can't even buy groceries without checking our balance 3 times. My phone buzzed. Isabel texting about tomorrow's Worth Rising workshop. The irony wasn't lost on me. Why didn't you come to me sooner? I asked softly. Ross said you were just being spiteful with your charity work, that you were trying to embarrass him. She wiped her eyes. But then I saw your interview about women protecting themselves. I realized I was becoming exactly what you were warning about. A key rattled in my front door, Isabel using her emergency key. She burst in, waving her tablet. Kendra, you need to see this. The investment forum is blowing up about... She stopped short, seeing Jasmine. Oh, hey. It's okay, I said. She was just telling me about Ross's brilliant investment plans. Isabel's eyes widened. You mean the Royal Palm Development scam? That's what I came to show you. The whole thing just collapsed. FBI's involved and everything. Jasmine went pale. What? I took the tablet, scanning the headlines. Sure enough, Royal Palm Development was exposed as a massive Ponzi scheme. Investors were losing millions. How much did he put in? I asked Jasmine. All of it, she whispered. The inheritance, our savings, the mortgage money. He said it was guaranteed returns. My phone rang, Ross's number. I showed the screen to Jasmine. Don't tell him I'm here, she pleaded. He doesn't know I found the papers. I answered on speaker. Hello, brother. Kendra. His voice was frantic. I need your help. Something's happened with an investment, but it's just temporary. If you could loan me some money, like you loaned me my inheritance. Damn it, this isn't a joke, he was shouting now. The kids' school, the house payments. I need $80,000 by Friday. Isabel made a choking sound. Jasmine covered her mouth. That's funny, I said calmly. Last time we talked, you said I was being dramatic about just money. What changed? Please, his voice cracked. I'm begging you, help me fix this. Fix what, Ross? The investment scam? The forged documents? The lies to your wife? Silence. Then, Jasmine's with you, isn't she? Goodbye, Ross. Wait. I hung up. Jasmine was shaking. He'll lose everything, she said. We'll lose everything. No, I corrected her. He lost everything. You still have choices. Isabel sat down beside her. Worth Rising has resources, legal aid, financial advisors, support groups. We can help you protect yourself and the kids. Ross will never forgive me. Ross forged your signature and gambled away your children's future, I reminded her. His forgiveness isn't the priority here. My phone started ringing again, Mom this time. Ross just called us, she said when I answered. He's crying, saying you're turning Jasmine against him. What are you doing? What am I doing? I repeated incredulously. Ask your perfect son what he's done with the inheritance you helped him steal. Check the news about Royal Palm Development. What are you talking about? Better yet, ask him about forging his wife's signature. I'm sure that'll make for great Sunday dinner conversation. I hung up, turning to Jasmine. You have two choices. Keep hiding his secrets and go down with him, or let me help you protect yourself and the kids. She stared at her wedding ring for a long moment. Then she looked up, something steely entering her gaze. Where do we start? Isabel pulled out her laptop. First, we document everything. Then we call our lawyer. As they began working, my phone lit up with a text from Ross. You'll regret this. I smiled grimly. No, brother, you will. The children's playground at Riverside Park felt like neutral territory. I watched Emerson push Julian on the swings, while Jasmine and I sat on a nearby bench, far enough from other parents to talk privately. He cleaned out the kids' college accounts, Jasmine said, her voice barely audible over the playground noise. The lawyer found the transfers yesterday. Before or after the Royal Palm collapse? Before. He was trying to chase his losses. She twisted her wedding ring, still wearing it, but on her right hand now. The FBI interviewed him yesterday. A delighted shriek from Julian drew our attention. Higher, Emmy! Push me higher! At least they're resilient, I said, watching my niece and nephew play. How are they handling the move? Better than expected. The apartment's small, but they love being closer to their school friends. Jasmine managed a weak smile. The school board approved the financial aid package. They can stay through the end of the year. My phone buzzed. Dad calling. Third time today. I declined it. Your parents keep asking about you, Jasmine said. They're worried. They're worried about Ross, I corrected. They always are. Aunt Kendra. Emerson ran over, cheeks flushed. Can you push me now? Julian's too little to do it right. Am not. Julian protested, jumping off his swing. I followed Emerson to the swings, grateful for the interruption. As I pushed her, my phone buzzed again. A text from Isabel. Ross just showed up at the Worth Rising office, looking for you. Everything okay? Jasmine called from the bench, noticing my expression. Before I could answer, a familiar voice cut through the playground noise. Daddy! Julian shouted, running toward Ross, who stood at the park entrance looking disheveled in a wrinkled suit. Hey, buddy! Ross caught Julian in a hug, but his eyes were fixed on me. Emmy, come here. I missed you guys. Emerson jumped off the swing midair, making my heart lurch. Daddy, are you coming home? Jasmine stood up, tension visible in every line of her body. Ross, this isn't the time. When is the time, Jazz? His voice cracked. You won't answer my calls. You took the kids. You took everything else, she shot back. I can fix this, he insisted, still holding Julian. I have a new opportunity. Stop. I stepped between them. Not here, not in front of the kids. Stay out of this, Kendra. You've done enough damage. Damage? I laughed incredulously. That's rich coming from you. Mommy? Julian's lower lip trembled. Why is everyone fighting? Jasmine moved quickly, gathering both kids. Let's go get ice cream, okay? Daddy and Aunt Kendra need to talk. Once they were out of earshot, Ross rounded on me. Happy now? You've turned my whole family against me. You did that yourself. I crossed my arms. What do you want, Ross? I want my life back, the life you're destroying with your revenge charity. Worth Rising helps women protect themselves from men like you. Men like me? He ran his hands through his hair, wild-eyed. I'm your brother. I made a mistake, okay? I admit it. But this, getting Jasmine to leave, threatening me with lawyers, you forged her signature, stole your children's college funds. I was going to pay it back. Everything was going to work out if you hadn't turned her against me. A mother nearby gathered her children, hurrying away from our increasingly heated exchange. The FBI doesn't investigate mistakes, Ross. Neither does the SEC. His face crumpled. I need help, Kendra. Real help. Not your public humiliation campaign. Funny how you only admit that after you've lost everything. Please. He grabbed my arm. You're my sister. Despite everything, that has to count for something. I looked at his desperate face, remembering the brother who'd taught me to ride a bike, who'd threatened my first boyfriend, who'd cried at our grandmother's funeral. It does count for something, I said quietly, removing his hand. That's why I'm not pressing charges for showing up at my office. But if you ever come near Worth Rising again, that will change. So, that's it? You're choosing your revenge over family? No, Ross. I'm choosing justice over enabling. There's a difference. I started walking away, then turned back. You know what the saddest part is? If you just asked for help in the first place, instead of stealing and lying, I would have given it freely. Kendra, wait. Goodbye, Ross. Get a good lawyer. You're going to need one. As I walked toward the ice cream shop where Jasmine and the kids waited, my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. How could you do this to your brother? I typed back, how could you do this to your daughter? Then I blocked both their numbers, wiped my eyes, and put on a smile for my niece and nephew. They'd seen enough family drama for one day. Some bridges, once burned, can never be rebuilt. But sometimes that's exactly what needs to happen. The total damages amount to approximately $1.2 million, the FBI agent said, sliding documents across my office desk. Your brother's involvement in the Royal Palm scheme was substantial. I stared at the numbers, each digit hammering home the scale of Ross's deception. Beside me, Isabel took rapid notes while our lawyer, Monica, studied the paperwork. And you're certain about the forged documents? Monica asked. Multiple counts, the agent confirmed. We've already identified 8 separate instances of signature forgery, including his wife's and 2 business partners. My phone lit up with a text from Jasmine. Ross's lawyer called. He wants to make a deal. Ms. Powell, the agent leaned forward, your organization's work with financial fraud victims has been invaluable to our investigation. We'd like to discuss the possibility of a formal partnership with Worth Rising. Before I could respond, my office door burst open. Dad stood there, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Kendra, we need to talk. His eyes darted to the agent's badge. Alone. Mr. Powell, we're in a meeting. Monica started, but I held up my hand. It's okay. I stood up. Let's take this outside. In the hallway, Dad paced like a caged animal. Your mother's in the hospital. My stomach dropped. What happened? Anxiety attack. The doctor says it's stress-related. He stopped pacing to face me. This has to stop, Kendra. Your vendetta is destroying our family. My vendetta? I kept my voice low, aware of the thin walls. Ross committed federal crimes, Dad. He stole from his own children. He made mistakes. No, a mistake is bouncing a check. This was calculated fraud. He's facing prison time. Dad's voice cracked. Your brother could go to jail because of you. Because of me? I laughed bitterly. I didn't force him to join a Ponzi scheme. I didn't make him forge signatures or steal his kids' college funds. But you're the one helping the FBI build their case. I'm helping Jasmine protect herself and her children. Remember them, your grandchildren. Dad deflated slightly. Of course I remember, but there has to be another way. If we all just sit down together, like we did when Ross convinced you to give him my inheritance. The old pain surfaced. How did that family meeting work out? That's not fair. None of this is fair, Dad. But at least now Ross is facing consequences for his actions, maybe for the first time in his life. My phone buzzed. Isabel texting that the FBI agent needed to leave soon. Go see Mom, I said softly. Tell her I'm sorry she's hurting, but I won't stop doing what's right just because it's hard. You sound just like your grandmother. Dad's voice was tired. Good. She was the only one who taught me to stand up for myself. Back in my office, the FBI agent was gathering his papers. One more thing, Ms. Powell. Mr. Ross's lawyer has approached us about a plea deal. They're suggesting your testimony could influence the terms. I felt the weight of the moment. Ross's fate, partially in my hands. Exactly what I'd wanted, wasn't it? I'll need to think about it, I said carefully. After everyone left, Isabel brought in coffee. You okay? No. I showed her Dad's latest text. Your mother's asking for you. Go, Isabel said firmly. I'll handle things here. The hospital corridor felt endless. Outside Mom's room, I paused, hearing voices inside. She's just angry, Mom, Ross was saying. Once she calms down, don't. Mom's voice was weak but clear. Don't make excuses, not anymore. I pushed the door open. Ross jumped up from his chair, face pale. Mom looked small in the hospital bed. Kendra, she whispered, you came. Ross moved toward the door. I'll give you 2. Stay. Mom's command stopped him. Both of you sit down, please. We sat on opposite sides of her bed, like children called to account. I failed you both, Mom said quietly. Ross, we enabled your worst impulses, made excuses, looked the other way. And Kendra, her eyes filled with tears, we betrayed you, chose the easier path over the right one. Mom, don't, Ross started. I'm not finished. She took a shaky breath. Kendra, what you're doing with Worth Rising, your grandmother would be so proud. The tears I'd been holding back spilled over. Ross, Mom turned to him, you need to face what you've done. Really face it. No more schemes, no more excuses. I don't know how, he whispered. I looked at my brother, really looked at him, and saw past the anger for the first time in months. I might have an idea, I said slowly, but you won't like it. Ross met my eyes, and for a moment, I saw a glimmer of the brother I used to know. I'm listening, he said. The Worth Rising annual gala buzzed with energy. 300 guests filled the hotel ballroom, each representing another step in our mission. Isabel was working the crowd like a pro, while I stood backstage, reviewing my speech one last time. 5 minutes, the event coordinator whispered. My phone lit up with a text from Jasmine. We're here. Kids are excited to see you. Ready for this? Isabel appeared beside me, adjusting my microphone. The press is here, major donors, even that senator who's been pushing for financial fraud reform. Is he here? I asked, front row, looking appropriately ashamed. She squeezed my hand. It's not too late to change your mind. Yes, it is. The lights dimmed and I heard the introduction begin. Taking a deep breath, I walked onto the stage. Good evening, I began, facing the sea of faces. 1 year ago, Worth Rising started with a bracelet and a betrayal. I told our story, the real story, holding nothing back. The inheritance, the theft, the transformation of pain into purpose. In the front row, I saw Mom dabbing her eyes while Dad held her hand. But tonight isn't about that story, I continued. It's about the 347 women we've helped this year, about the partnerships we've built, the lives we've changed, and about one more story that needs to be told. I paused, my heart hammering. I'd like to introduce someone. My brother, Ross. The audience murmured as Ross walked onto the stage. He looked different, humbler somehow, in his plain suit and tie. Hello, he said into the microphone, his voice shaking slightly. I'm the betrayal Kendra mentioned. The room went silent. I stole from my sister, manipulated my parents, forged documents, lost everything, including my family's trust. He swallowed hard. And now, as part of my plea agreement and my personal commitment to make amends, I'm here to tell you exactly how I did it. For the next 15 minutes, Ross laid bare every manipulation, every lie, every tactic he'd used. The audience sat riveted as he explained how he'd convinced our parents, how he'd hidden his tracks, how he'd justified each step. I'm not asking for forgiveness, he concluded. I'm here because every person who might be tempted to do what I did needs to see the cost, and every person who might be victimized needs to know the warning signs. In the audience, I saw Jasmine wipe away tears while holding Emerson and Julian close. Worth Rising isn't just about helping victims. I stepped forward. It's about prevention, education, and sometimes redemption. Ross turned to me. Kendra agreed to testify for a lighter sentence if I committed to working with Worth Rising's prevention program, speaking at events, helping identify fraud patterns, teaching others to recognize the manipulation I used. Because sometimes, I added, the best person to prevent a crime is someone who's faced the consequences of committing it. The applause was thunderous. As we left the stage, Ross grabbed my arm. Thank you, he whispered. I know I don't deserve. You're right, you don't. I met his eyes. But this isn't about deserving. It's about choosing to be better. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of handshakes and congratulations. The senator promised support for our new legislation. Donors wrote checks that would fund our expansion plans. Later, as the crowd thinned, I found myself at a quiet table with my family. Julian was asleep in Dad's lap while Emerson showed Mom her latest art project. 3 years, Jasmine said quietly. That's what the plea deal offers. With community service through Worth Rising after release, I added. If he stays clean, keeps his commitments. I will, Ross said firmly. I know words mean nothing now, but I'm going to prove it. To all of you. Actions, not words. Mom said, her voice stronger than it had been in months. Speaking of actions, Isabel interrupted, approaching with a small box. This just arrived from Marcus and Sons. My hands trembled as I opened it. Inside lay Grandma's bracelet. How? I whispered. The original buyer returned it, Isabel explained. Said after seeing our work, he wanted it back where it belonged. Put it on, Emerson urged. As I fastened the bracelet, I caught Ross watching with tears in his eyes. I'm so sorry, he said softly. I know. I touched the familiar silver links. But look what came from it. Around us, the Worth Rising logo glowed on screens displaying our success stories. 347 women, and counting. Sometimes the worst betrayals do lead to the best revelations, but the real power isn't in the revenge. It's in what you build from the ashes. The prison visiting room buzzed with quiet conversations. I sat across from Ross, watching him read the latest Worth Rising quarterly report. 812 women helped, he said, shaking his head in amazement. And the new legislation passed? Unanimously. I tapped the page. The Powell Amendment, they're calling it, makes financial fraud within families a specific offense with heavier penalties. Fitting. He smiled wryly. How's the family? Emerson made honor roll again. Julian's anxiety is better. The therapy's really helping. And Jasmine, I hesitated. She's seeing someone. Ross nodded slowly. Good. She deserves to be happy. You've changed, I observed. Prison has a way of stripping away the bullshit. He closed the report. The men in my financial literacy class, they remind me of who I used to be. All excuses and justifications. How many are in the program now? 23. They come in thinking they're the victims, leave understanding the real damage they caused. He leaned forward. That's why I wanted to see you today. I have a proposal. I raised an eyebrow. Last time you said that? I know. He laughed, a real laugh, something I hadn't heard in ages. But this is different. The warden thinks Worth Rising's prison program could work in other facilities. She wants to expand it. We're already stretched thin. Let me run it. His eyes were earnest. Once I'm out. I know these men, Kendra. I know their mindset, their excuses. I can reach them. I studied him carefully. You're serious about this. Dead serious. No salary, no benefits. Just the chance to prevent others from making my mistakes. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Dinner at 6, bringing the kids. Don't be late. Speaking of mistakes, Ross nodded at my phone. How are things with Mom and Dad? Better, different. I showed him the text. We're all learning new ways to be family. Without the manipulation and enabling? Exactly, I smiled. Mom's actually volunteering at our crisis hotline now. Says it helps her understand where she went wrong with us. And Dad? Still quiet but present. Really present, not just physically there. I checked the time. I should go. Family dinner. Wait. Ross pulled out an envelope. Could you give this to Jasmine? It's not about getting her back or anything. Just some things I need to say. I took the envelope, remembering another family dinner that felt like a lifetime ago. Your proposal? I said, standing. Let me talk to Isabel and the board. No promises, but that's all I'm asking. He stood too. Hey, Kendra, remember when we were kids and I promised to always protect you? Right before you pushed me into the pool? He laughed again. Yeah, I failed at that promise, spectacularly. But watching you now, you never needed my protection. You needed me to get out of your way so you could soar. The guard called time. As I gathered my things, Ross touched my arm. The bracelet, he said. Grandma would be proud of how you used it. At home, I changed for dinner, catching sight of the bracelet in my mirror. Its silver surface had tiny scratches now. battle scars from a year of work, meetings, and healing. My phone rang. Isabel. You'll never believe this, she said without preamble. Remember Sarah, our first success story? Of course. What about her? She just donated $50,000 to Worth Rising, said she sold her tech startup and wanted to give back. I sat down, remembering Sarah trembling in our workshop, sleeping in her car. That's not all, Isabel continued. She wants to join the board, says she has ideas for expanding our tech training program. The doorbell rang, Mom and Dad, early as usual, with Emerson and Julian's voices carrying through the door. Got to go, I told Isabel. Family dinner. The healthy kind this time? Getting there. I opened the door to hugs and chatter, the smell of Mom's lasagna, Dad's quiet smile. As we settled around my dining table, the same one where Ross had announced his betrayal, I touched my bracelet. Some people say living well is the best revenge. They're wrong. The best revenge is building something so powerful, so meaningful, that the original wound becomes just another building block in your foundation. Aunt Kendra? Julian tugged my sleeve. Tell us the bracelet story again? I smiled, looking around at my rebuilt family. Well, it starts with a betrayal, but that's not where it ends. Because sometimes the end of one story is just the beginning of a better one.
The eviction notice trembled in my hands as I stared at my husband's signature scrawled across the bottom. Not a copy, his actual signature in blue ink, as casual as if he were signing a birthday card. My house keys didn't work anymore. The locks had been changed. I'm Holly, and this was how I discovered my husband of 8 years had sold our home without telling me. Gordon? I called out, my voice echoing through our, no, not our anymore, front porch. The spare key under the potted plant was gone too. Through the window, I could see my suitcase sitting in the middle of the empty living room floor. My phone buzzed. A text from Gordon. Had to make an executive decision, honey. Market was too good to pass up. Your things are packed. The new owners move in next week. I read it 3 times, each time feeling the rage build higher in my chest. Executive decision? Like I was some employee he could steamroll? With shaking fingers, I called my sister Annabelle. Come get me, I managed to say when she answered. Gordon sold the house. He what? Annabelle's voice shot up an octave. Without telling you? There's an eviction notice. My suitcase is inside. I can't even get to it. I'm coming right now. Don't move. 20 minutes later, Annabelle's beat-up Subaru pulled into the driveway. Her partner Maya was with her, thank God. While Annabelle hugged me, Maya, who worked as a locksmith, assessed the new locks. Standard deadbolt, Maya said. Give me 5 minutes. Is this even legal? Annabelle asked, still holding me. Does it matter? He did it anyway. I wiped my eyes, refusing to cry. 8 years, Belle. 8 years, and he doesn't even have the decency to discuss it with me? Maya had the door open in 3 minutes flat. The house echoed emptily as we stepped inside. Most of the furniture was gone. My suitcase sat in the middle of the floor like a sacrifice with a note taped to it. Honey, I read aloud, I know you'll be upset, but this is for the best. The market's hot and we made a killing. I've moved most of our things to storage. Take what you need for now. We'll talk tonight. Love, G. For the best? Annabelle snatched the note from my hands. The audacity of this man. I opened the suitcase. He'd packed some of my clothes. All wrong, of course. No underwear, no toiletries, just random dresses and pants thrown together. You're staying with us, Maya said firmly. No discussion. My phone buzzed again. Gordon, don't be dramatic about this. It's just business. Just business, I repeated, showing them the text. Our home is just business. Call Camila, Annabelle suggested, referring to my best friend. She works in real estate. She'll know if this is even legal. I nodded, but before I could dial, another text came through. This one from Xavier, Gordon's childhood friend. Hey Holly, Gordon told me about the house. Great deal, right? You must be thrilled. That's when it hit me. Xavier knew before I did. Gordon had told his friend about selling our house, but hadn't bothered to tell his own wife. I need to get some things, I said, heading upstairs. The master bedroom was stripped bare except for a few boxes labeled Holly's stuff in Gordon's hasty scrawl. As I grabbed what I actually needed, I found our wedding photo still hanging on the wall. Gordon's smile looked different now. Not loving, but smug. Like he'd won something. Found this in the kitchen, Maya called up. She appeared in the doorway holding a stack of papers. Looks like closing documents. They're dated 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks. He'd been sitting on this for 3 weeks, watching me water the garden, paint the guest room, plan our future in a house he'd already sold. Holly, Annabelle said softly, what are you going to do? I took one last look at our wedding photo, then carefully took it off the wall. The frame came apart easily in my hands. Behind our smiling faces, I found what I was looking for, a USB drive Gordon thought I didn't know about. He'd hidden it there 2 years ago, thinking he was so clever. First, I said, pocketing the drive, I'm going to call Camila, then I'm calling Turner. Turner, the lawyer? Annabelle raised an eyebrow. Gordon wants to talk business? I grabbed my properly packed bag and headed for the door. Let's talk business. As we pulled away from the house, my phone buzzed one final time. Gordon again. Don't forget, dinner at 7. We'll discuss the new arrangement. I turned off my phone. Gordon had no idea what kind of arrangement was coming. He's been siphoning money for months, Camila said, scrolling through my banking app. We sat at her kitchen table, laptops open and papers spread everywhere. Look at these transfers. Small amounts, but frequent. Always just under 5,000 to avoid flags. My hands clenched around my coffee mug. Where was it going? An account I can't access. She pointed to a recurring transfer label. But whatever BGI Holdings is, it's been getting regular payments since January. 3 hours had passed since I'd left my former home. Annabelle and Maya had dropped me at Camila's, knowing she'd know exactly what to do. They weren't wrong. My phone, now turned back on, showed 15 missed calls from Gordon. I ignored them all. Turner will be here in 20 minutes, Camila said, checking her watch. He's bringing the property records. I still can't believe Gordon knew Xavier knew before me, I said, pulling up the text messages. They were probably laughing about it. Camila's face darkened. Speaking of Xavier, she turned her laptop toward me. Look who owns BGI Holdings. There it was, Xavier's name, clear as day, listed as the primary owner. My phone buzzed again. Gordon, where are you? We need to talk about this like adults. Like adults? I scoffed. Where was this adult conversation when he was selling our house? The doorbell rang. Turner arrived with a briefcase and a grim expression. Holly, he said, sitting down, I've reviewed the sale documents. There's good news and bad news. Bad news first, I said. The sale is legal. Gordon had the right to sell because the house was only in his name. What? I nearly knocked over my coffee. That's impossible. We bought it together. Check your closing documents from the purchase, Turner said. I pulled out the USB drive I'd taken from behind our wedding photo. Gordon wasn't the only one who could be clever. I'd been making copies of important documents for years, just in case. As I scrolled through the files, my stomach dropped. The deed only listed Gordon as the owner. But I paid half the down payment, I said. I have proof. It's right here. I pulled up the transfer records. That's the good news, Turner said, leaning forward. You've maintained excellent records. Every contribution you've made is documented. That gives us leverage. Leverage for what? A lawsuit, Camila cut in. He sold your home without consent while taking your money under false pretenses. My phone buzzed yet again. This time it was Xavier. Gordon's worried sick. Just come home and work this out. Home? I laughed bitterly. What home? Turner pulled out more papers. There's something else you should see. The sale price of your house. It's well below market value, almost suspiciously so. Camila grabbed the papers. He sold a $750,000 house for $600,000 in this market? That makes no sense unless there's something we're not seeing, Turner finished. I remembered the USB drive. Wait, I dug deeper into the files, finding a folder labeled Taxes 2022. Look at this, an LLC Gordon created last year, and look who else is on it. Xavier's name appeared again, along with 3 other names I didn't recognize. Call up the property records for that buyer, Camila said suddenly. The one who bought your house. Turner typed quickly on his laptop. The buyer is Riverview Properties LLC, registered 6 months ago. Check the owners, I said, already knowing what we'd find. Sure enough, Riverview Properties LLC was owned by the same people in Gordon's LLC. They're flipping it, Camila said, her real estate experience kicking in. Buy low through a shell company, renovate, sell high. The profit stays hidden in the LLC, away from me, I finished, in case of divorce. My phone buzzed one last time. Gordon. This silent treatment is childish. I'm trying to build a future for us. I stood up, a strange calm settling over me. Turner, what exactly do you need to build a case? Bank records, proof of contribution, evidence of deliberate deception? He gestured at the spread of documents before us, which you seem to have in spades. And how long should I wait to respond to Gordon? Camila and Turner exchanged looks. Give me 48 hours, Turner said. Don't tell him anything. Don't meet him. Don't respond. Let him think you're too emotional to think straight. I nodded, picking up my phone. One last message appeared, from Maya. Remember, the best revenge isn't served hot or cold. It's served when they least expect it. I turned my phone off again and looked at Turner. Let's talk about what happens next. Every deposit, every transfer, every contribution you've made to joint expenses, Turner said, organizing files on his desk. It's all here, going back 10 years. I had spent the last 2 days holed up in Turner's office, piecing together my financial history. Camila sat beside me, taking notes and highlighting patterns we'd found. Look at this, Camila pointed to a spreadsheet. You paid for the kitchen renovation last year, $40,000 from your inheritance, which mysteriously increased the house's value by $90,000, Turner added. Money that Gordon and his friends will now pocket. My phone lit up with another message from Gordon. 3 days of silence. Real mature, Holly. I'm starting to lose my patience. He's getting nervous, Camila observed. Good. A knock at the door interrupted us. Maya walked in, carrying a stack of papers. You were right about the renovation company, she said, dropping the documents on Turner's desk. It's owned by one of the LLC partners. They've been flipping houses all over town using the same scheme. I flipped through the papers. These are all recent sales? Last 18 months, Maya confirmed. They buy low through shell companies, renovate using their own company, then sell high through different shells. The profits never touch personal accounts. Turner leaned back, a slight smile playing on his lips. This is better than we hoped. It's not just your house, it's a pattern. My phone buzzed again, this time from Annabelle. Gordon just showed up at my place looking for you. I told him to get lost. Also, you need to see what Xavier's wife just posted on Facebook. I pulled up the post. There it was, Xavier's wife showing off their new vacation home in Aspen, the same week my house had been sold. That's interesting timing, Camila said, looking over my shoulder. Wonder where that down payment came from. Turner was already typing. Property records show. Would you look at that? Purchased through BGI Holdings. The same company getting those regular transfers from Gordon, I said quietly. Maya sat down next to me. Holly, I know this is overwhelming, but you need to hear something. She pulled out her phone and played a voice message from Gordon. Maya, I know you and Annabelle are hiding her. Gordon's voice filled the room. Just tell Holly she's being ridiculous. This is business. The house was in my name. I had every right. She needs to understand her place in this marriage. My hands stopped shaking. Something inside me hardened. My place? I repeated. Let me show him my place. Turner pulled out a fresh legal pad. Here's what we're going to do. First, we file an emergency injunction to freeze the sale proceeds. Then, we go after the LLC for fraud. Won't that tip our hand? Camila asked. No, Turner smiled, because Holly here has something they don't know about. I pulled out the USB drive. Gordon's private records, everything he thought was safely hidden behind our wedding photo. Including emails between him and Xavier discussing this scheme going back 2 years, Maya added. Another message from Gordon. I'm giving you until tomorrow to come home and discuss this reasonably. After that, things will have to change. Things will change all right, I muttered. Turner handed me a document. Sign here. This gives us permission to subpoena all the LLC records. As I signed, Camila's phone pinged. She read the message and let out a low whistle. What? I asked. Remember that real estate agent I called? She just sent over Gordon's showing appointments from last month. Guess who was looking at penthouses downtown? I didn't need to guess. Gordon had been planning his exit strategy for months. Maya put her hand on my shoulder. Holly, whatever you decide to do next, we're all behind you. Turner, I said, straightening in my chair. How long until everything's ready? Give me till Friday, then we can move. I nodded, picking up my phone. One new message waited. from Xavier's wife. Holly, we need to talk. There's something you should know about Gordon and Xavier's business trips to Aspen. Friday it is, I said, looking at Turner. Time to show Gordon exactly what my place is in this marriage. Camila grinned. Should we tell him you're coming? No, I replied, finally allowing myself a small smile. Let's make it a surprise. After all, he loves making executive decisions without consulting me. Let's see how he likes it when the tables are turned. Turner gathered the documents into his briefcase. Remember, not a word to anyone. Let them think you're still too emotional to function. The element of surprise is our biggest advantage. I looked at my phone one last time before turning it off. Gordon's last message glowed on the screen. I hope you're using this time to think about your behavior. Oh, I was thinking all right. Just not the way he imagined. You're late, Gordon snapped as I slid into my seat at his favorite restaurant. 5 days of silence had clearly worn on him. His usual perfectly pressed shirt was wrinkled, his hair unkempt. Traffic, I murmured, playing the part of the chastised wife. Across the restaurant, Camila sat at the bar, pretending to read a book while keeping watch. I ordered for you already, Gordon said, his tone softening slightly. Your usual salmon? Of course he had. Heaven forbid I make my own choices. Where have you been staying? He asked, trying to sound casual. I shrugged, examining my menu despite his already ordering. Around? This silent treatment is beneath you, Holly. I've been trying to reach you for days. The waiter arrived with our drinks. I noticed Gordon had ordered me white wine, though I'd switched to red months ago, another detail he'd never bothered to notice. How's Xavier? I asked innocently. Enjoying his new place in Aspen? Gordon's hand tightened around his whiskey glass. What does that have to do with anything? Just making conversation. Isn't that what you wanted? To talk? Before he could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Turner. Done. All accounts frozen. I took a sip of the wine I didn't want, watching Gordon over the rim of my glass. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Then again. And again. Excuse me, he said, pulling it out. I watched his face change as he read the messages. I need to make a call. The moment he stepped away, Camila slid into his seat. Xavier's blowing up his phone, she whispered. Turner's injunction just hit. They can't access any of the LLC accounts. How long until he realizes about the other accounts? Minutes, maybe seconds. Gordon returned, his face pale. Holly, I need to handle something. We'll have to do this another time. But you ordered my salmon, I said, widening my eyes. And we haven't even talked about the house yet. His phone buzzed again. This time, he answered it at the table. What do you mean, frozen? He hissed into the phone. How can they all be frozen? I could hear Xavier's panicked voice on the other end. Check the backup account, Gordon snapped. Then, what do you mean it's empty? That's impossible. I pulled out my own phone, opening my banking app. Oh, honey, I said softly. Is something wrong with the accounts? His head snapped up, eyes narrowing. What did you do? Me? I'm just a wife who doesn't understand business, remember? The waiter appeared with our food. The salmon for the lady? She's not staying, Gordon growled. Actually, I said, smoothing my napkin, I think I am. You did order for me, after all. His phone buzzed yet again. This time it was a text from his bank. I knew exactly what it said. The same message I'd received an hour ago when I'd transferred every penny from our joint accounts. Holly, he said, his voice dangerously low. What have you done? Made an executive decision, I replied, cutting into my salmon. The market was too good to pass up. You can't do this. Really? The accounts were in my name too, unlike the house. The color drained from his face. How did you know about that? Or about BGI Holdings? Or about the shell companies? I took another bite of salmon. It's actually quite good. You always did know what I liked. Well, except for the wine. His phone kept buzzing. Messages from Xavier, from their other partners, from their banks. This is illegal, he sputtered. Camila appeared at our table again, this time with Turner. Actually, Turner said, placing a thick envelope on the table, everything she's done is perfectly legal, unlike, say, using shell companies to hide assets from your spouse, or fraudulently using someone's inheritance money for personal gain. Gordon's face went from white to red. You brought a lawyer to dinner? Well, you brought Xavier into our marriage, I countered. Fair is fair. Mrs. McDonald, Turner said formally, shall we proceed with filing the divorce papers? Divorce? Gordon choked. Holly, be reasonable. I stood up, finally meeting his eyes. I am being reasonable. In fact, I'm being business-minded. Isn't that what you wanted? You'll regret this, Gordon threatened. No, I said, picking up my purse. I regret not doing it sooner. Oh, and Gordon, the salmon really was excellent. You should try it. I already paid for it, with what's left of your credit card. As I walked out with Turner and Camila, I heard Gordon's phone buzz one final time, a message from Xavier's wife. We need to talk about the women you brought to Aspen. The night wasn't over yet. They're scrambling, Camila said, scrolling through her phone. We sat in Turner's office the next morning, watching the aftermath unfold. Xavier's wife is posting cryptic messages about trust and betrayal. She's tagged every partner's wife in them. The LLC's lawyer has been trying to reach me since dawn, Turner added, checking his messages. They're offering to negotiate. I sipped my coffee, feeling strangely calm. Too late for that. My phone lit up with a text from Maya. Gordon just tried to get into your old house. The new owners called the police. He's unraveling, Annabelle said from her perch on Turner's windowsill. Good. Another message popped up, this one from Xavier's wife, Jessica. Holly, I'm ready to talk. Meet me at Riverside Cafe in an hour? I showed the message to Turner, who nodded. Go, but wear this. He handed me a small recording device, just in case. The cafe was quiet when I arrived. Jessica sat in a corner booth, looking nothing like her perfectly polished Facebook photos. Her eyes were red, her designer handbag clutched tight against her chest. Thank you for coming, she said as I sat down. I should have told you sooner. Told me what? She pulled out her phone, hands shaking. I found these last month. Didn't know what to do with them. She slid the phone across the table. Photos filled the screen, Gordon and Xavier at various locations, always with different women. The timestamps matched their supposed business trips. There's more, Jessica said, her voice breaking. The houses weren't just for flipping, they were party houses, I finished, the pieces clicking into place. That's why they sold below market value. They needed places that couldn't be traced back to them. She nodded. The women, some of them were escorts, expensive ones, paid through BGI Holdings, I said. That's what the regular transfers were for. My phone buzzed. A message from Gordon. Whatever Jessica tells you is a lie. She's unstable. Don't trust her. I showed Jessica the text. She laughed bitterly. Unstable? I have bank statements, Holly, receipts, hotel bookings, everything. Would you be willing to show those to my lawyer? I'll do better than that. She pulled out a USB drive. I'll give them to you. Xavier doesn't know I made copies. Just then, both our phones buzzed simultaneously. A group message from Xavier to several numbers. Emergency meeting at the office. Everyone needs to be there. No exceptions. He's panicking, Jessica said. They all are. The wives are talking to each other now, comparing notes. I stood up. Come with me to Turner's office. We need to move fast. Back at Turner's, the pieces fell into place rapidly. Jessica's evidence, combined with what we already had, painted a picture far darker than simple real estate fraud. This changes everything, Turner said, reviewing the files. We're not just looking at civil charges anymore. This is criminal territory. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing. Messages from Gordon grew increasingly desperate. Holly, we need to talk. This has gone too far. Think about what you're doing to our family. I can explain everything. Camila, who'd been quiet, suddenly sat up straight. Look at this, she said, pointing to her laptop. They're trying to transfer the house again, to another shell company. They can't, Turner said. The injunction. They're trying anyway. Desperate men do desperate things. As if on cue, Annabelle burst into the office. Gordon's at the house again. The owner's called. He's trying to break in. Turner was already dialing. I'm calling the police. This ends now. I picked up my phone, finally responding to Gordon's messages. Stop trying to enter the house. It's not yours anymore. Just like I'm not yours anymore. His reply came instantly. You have no idea what you're doing. You're ruining everything we built. No, I typed back. I'm exposing what you built. There's a difference. Jessica touched my arm. There's one more thing you should know. She pulled up another photo on her phone. It showed Gordon with a young woman entering a jewelry store. This was last week, right after he sold your house. The woman wore the same dress I'd once admired in a shop window. Gordon had called it tacky then, said it wasn't my style. Send it to me, I said quietly. My phone buzzed one final time. A message from Xavier. Holly, whatever Gordon's done, we can work this out. Name your price. I looked at Turner. They're offering a buyout. He smiled grimly. They don't understand, do they? This isn't about money anymore. No, I agreed, standing up. It's about justice, and it's time they learned the difference. Jessica straightened in her chair. What's next? I checked my watch. Their emergency meeting starts in an hour. Should we show up uninvited? Turner gathered his files. Let's give them a meeting they'll never forget. The elevator doors opened to the 12th floor of Xavier's office building. Gordon's voice echoed down the hallway, sharp with panic. What do you mean you can't reverse it? He shouted. Call them again. I walked toward the conference room, Turner and Jessica flanking me, Camilla bringing up the rear. Through the glass walls, I could see Gordon pacing while Xavier sat with his head in his hands. 3 other men, their business partners, huddled around a laptop. Ready? Turner whispered. I pushed open the door. Hope we're not interrupting. The room fell silent. Gordon froze mid-stride. Holly, Xavier recovered first, standing up. This is a private meeting. Private like the houses? Jessica stepped forward. Or private like the escorts? Xavier's face went ash white. Jess, what are you— Sit down, Turner commanded, his voice cutting through the tension. All of you, now. The men exchanged glances but complied. Gordon remained standing. You can't be here, he said, but his voice wavered. I pulled out a chair at the head of the table. Actually, I can. You see, I'm now a majority stakeholder in BGI Holdings. That's impossible, one of the partners sputtered. Check your phones, Camilla suggested sweetly. They did. The color drained from their faces as they saw the notifications. How? Gordon demanded. Remember that emergency fund you kept in the Cayman account? I smiled. The one you thought I didn't know about? Turns out, having my name on the account meant I could use it to buy shares. A lot of shares. You can't do this, Xavier said. She already has, Turner interjected, dropping a thick folder on the table, along with providing evidence of fraud, money laundering, and several other interesting activities to the relevant authorities. Gordon lunged for the folder. I pulled it back. I said. You might want to see this first. I nodded to Camilla, who started playing a video on the conference room screen. Security footage appeared, showing Gordon and Xavier entering various properties with different women. The timestamps matched Jessica's photos perfectly. We have hundreds of hours of this, I said quietly. From every house you've flipped. Holly, Gordon's voice turned pleading. Whatever you think this is, save it, Jessica cut in. I already told her everything. About the houses, the women, the parties, all of it. Xavier slumped in his chair. Jess, please. The FBI is very interested in your business model, Turner continued, his tone conversational, particularly the part about using real estate transactions to launder money for your little side business. The other partners started whispering frantically among themselves. You have 2 options, I said, standing up. Option 1, we turn everything over to the authorities. You all face charges. Your other properties get seized. Your wives find out exactly what kind of business meetings you've been having. Option 2, one of the partners asked weakly. You sign everything over. The properties, the companies, all of it. Walk away with enough to start over, but not enough to maintain your current lifestyles. That's blackmail, Gordon snarled. No, Turner corrected. It's negotiation. Your specialty, isn't it? My phone buzzed. A message from Annabelle. Police just arrested Gordon's friend trying to break into the house again. Want me to press charges? I showed the message to Gordon. Sending friends to do your dirty work now? You're bluffing, Xavier said suddenly. You wouldn't risk losing everything in a legal battle. I pulled out one final document. Remember that prenup you made me sign, Gordon? The one that said I get nothing if I'm unfaithful? I slid the paper across the table. Turns out it works both ways. And unlike you, I have proof. Gordon grabbed the paper, his hands shaking as he read. You have 1 hour to decide, Turner announced. After that, we go to the authorities. You'd destroy everything? Gordon asked, his voice barely a whisper. Just for revenge? I leaned across the table. No, honey, I'm just making an executive decision. The market for justice is too good to pass up. As we turned to leave, Jessica stood up. I'm going with them, she told Xavier. The divorce papers will be filed today. Jess, wait. Oh, I paused at the door. Gordon? That young woman you bought the diamond bracelet for last week? The one in the red dress? I smiled sweetly. She works for us. Consider the photo she took our insurance policy. The last thing I saw as the door closed was Gordon's face crumpling as he realized just how completely he'd been outplayed. In the elevator, Camila checked her watch. 59 minutes until their world implodes. Unless they take the deal, Jessica added. They'll take it, I said confidently. Men like them always choose self-preservation over pride. Turner's phone buzzed. First partner's lawyer just called. They're ready to negotiate. I smiled. Right on schedule. Sign here and here. Turner pointed to the marked lines. Initial these pages. Gordon's hand trembled as he signed the documents. Across the conference table, Xavier and the other partners did the same, their lawyers hovering nervously behind them. 3 days had passed since our confrontation. We were back in the same conference room, but the power dynamic had shifted dramatically. That's the last of the property transfers, Turner announced, collecting the papers. BGI Holdings is now officially under new management. You've ruined us, Xavier muttered, not meeting anyone's eyes. No, Jessica corrected from her seat beside me. You ruined yourselves. We just exposed it. My phone buzzed with a message from Annabelle. The moving truck's just finished at the house. Everything's out. Gordon looked up sharply at the sound. Where are my things? In storage, I replied coolly, just like you did with mine. The access code will be sent to your lawyer. What am I supposed to do now? His voice cracked. Where am I supposed to go? Funny, I said. Those are the exact questions I asked myself when you sold our house. One of the partners stood up abruptly. This is insane. We had a good thing going. A good thing? Camila interrupted, pulling up photos on the conference room screen. You mean these good things? Images flashed across the screen. Their parties, their secret meetings, bank statements showing suspicious transfers. Enough, Turner said firmly. The deals are signed. You've all been more than fairly compensated considering the alternatives. Fairly compensated? Gordon spat. You've taken everything. Not everything, I corrected. Just the illegally obtained assets. You each still have your personal accounts. Well, what's left of them? Xavier's lawyer cleared his throat. My client would like to discuss the matter of the Aspen property. The property purchased with laundered money? Turner raised an eyebrow. That property has been surrendered to authorities as evidence of criminal activity. Unless you'd like to explain its funding source to the FBI? The lawyer fell silent. My phone buzzed again. This time from Maya. Police just called. They're ready to move on the other properties whenever you give the word. I showed the message to Turner, who nodded. Gentlemen, he announced, I suggest you use what's left of your resources to start fresh, somewhere far away, because once this goes public... Public? Xavier's head snapped up. We promised not to press charges, Jessica cut in. We never promised silence. Gordon stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. Holly, please, we can work this out. We can start over. Like you were planning to start over with that girl in the red dress? I pulled out one final photo. Gordon in the jewelry store, caught in the act. How much did that bracelet cost? More or less than my inheritance you stole? He collapsed back into his chair, defeated. Mr. Gordon, Turner said firmly, I suggest you leave now. Your new apartment lease starts today. The address has been sent to your lawyer. New apartment? Gordon looked confused. 1 bedroom, 3rd floor walk-up, I said. The rent fits within your new budget. I picked it myself. Considered it my final executive decision in our marriage. The partners filed out one by one, their lawyers herding them toward the elevators. Xavier paused at the door. Jessica, he started. Save it, she cut him off. The divorce papers are being filed this afternoon. Your things will be gone by the time I get home. Gordon was the last to leave. He stopped beside my chair. I never meant, he began. Yes, you did, I interrupted. You meant every bit of it. You just never thought I'd fight back. The door closed behind him with a final click. "Well," Camila said into the silence. "That was satisfying." Turner gathered his briefcase. "The properties will be sold at market value. The proceeds will be split among the victims of their scheme." "And the houses they used for their parties?" Jessica asked. "Evidence in an ongoing investigation," Turner smiled. "The authorities are very interested in their guest lists." My phone lit up one last time. A message from Gordon. "I'm sorry. Too little, too late." "Ready to go?" Camila asked, standing up. I looked around the conference room where my marriage had effectively ended, where justice had finally been served. "Just one more thing," I said, pulling out an envelope. Inside was the USB drive I'd taken from behind our wedding photo, Gordon's secret insurance policy that had become his downfall. I dropped it in the shredder. "Now I'm ready." As we walked out, Jessica linked her arm through mine. "What next?" I smiled. "I hear the real estate market is looking up. Maybe it's time to buy a new house, one that's all mine?" "Perfect," I said, signing the final document. The keys to my new house clinked as Turner handed them over. "Congratulations," he smiled. "This one's all yours. No hidden surprises, no secret partners." Camila bounced excitedly beside me. "Can we see it now?" We drove to the house, my house, in comfortable silence. It sat on a quiet street, smaller than my old home, but somehow more significant. The garden needed work. The paint was chipping, but it was mine. All mine. "Look what we brought!" Annabelle's voice rang out as we pulled up. She and Maya stood on the porch, holding paint rollers and takeout bags. "We thought you might want to make it yours right away," Maya explained. My phone buzzed, a news alert. The headline made me pause. "Local real estate scheme exposed. Multiple arrests made." "They actually did it," Jessica said, reading over my shoulder. She'd arrived with a bottle of champagne and determination in her eyes. "They tried to start the business up again in another state." "Not very smart," Turner noted, pulling up the full article. "The FBI was watching their every move." "Speaking of moves," Camila interrupted, "Gordon's girlfriend, the one in the red dress, just testified against him. Turns out she was working with 3 other escort agencies they'd used. I unlocked the front door, letting everyone in. The empty rooms echoed with possibility." "Paint first or food first?" Annabelle asked, holding up the rollers. "Actually," I said, "there's something else first." I pulled out a small box from my bag. Inside was a framed photo, not my wedding photo this time, but a new one taken last week. It showed all of us. Me, Annabelle, Maya, Camila, Jessica, even Turner, celebrating the final court victory. "Where should we hang it?" Maya asked. "Right here." I pointed to the living room wall, "where everyone can see it." As Maya hung the photo, my phone buzzed again. A message from Gordon's sister. "He's asking about you. Says he wants to apologize properly." I showed it to the others. "Delete it," Jessica advised, like I deleted Xavier's 100 messages of regret. "Already done," I said. "Some chapters need to stay closed." We ordered pizza, opened Jessica's champagne, and started painting the living room. The color, a bold terracotta, was nothing like the safe beige Gordon had insisted on in our old house. "Have you seen the latest property listings?" Camila asked, rolling paint onto the walls. "The houses they used for their parties are being converted into women's shelters. The Justice Department approved it this morning." "Good," I said firmly. "Something positive should come from all this." Turner's phone rang. He stepped out to take the call, returning with a satisfied smile. "That was the prosecutor," he announced. "Gordon and Xavier took plea deals. They're looking at significant time. The others too." "How long?" Jessica asked quietly. 5 to 7 years, plus restitution to all affected parties." Maya raised her champagne glass. "To karma." "To friendship," Annabelle added. "To new beginnings," Jessica chimed in. "To executive decisions," I finished, clinking my glass with theirs. As the evening wore on, we painted and planned. Jessica talked about the support group she'd started for women in similar situations. Camila shared ideas for a real estate advocacy program. Maya and Annabelle discussed their upcoming wedding. "You know what's funny?" I said, stepping back to admire our work. "Gordon always said I was bad at making decisions, that I needed his guidance. And now look who's guiding who," Camila grinned. My phone buzzed one final time. An email from the Justice Department. Victim restitution program, first payment processed. "What will you do with it?" Turner asked. I looked around at my new home, at the family I'd chosen, at the life I'd rebuilt. I'm thinking of starting a foundation, I said, for women who need help getting out of bad situations, legal aid, housing assistance, that sort of thing. Count me in, Jessica said immediately. Me too, Camila added. Us three, Maya said, hugging Annabelle. Turner pulled out his business card. You'll need a good lawyer. I looked at the newly painted wall, at our group photo hanging proudly in the center. The terracotta color reminded me of sunrise, fitting for this new chapter. You know what Gordon used to say about sunrise? I picked up my paint roller again. That it was just the same sun, different day. And what do you say? Annabelle asked. I dipped the roller in paint, adding another stroke to my fresh start. I say it's a new sun, a new day, and this time, I'm the one making the executive decisions. The room filled with laughter and agreement, the sound echoing off newly painted walls that would never hide secrets or shelter lies. Just truth, justice, and the family I'd found along the way.
The text message from Christine lit up my phone screen. Emergency family meeting. Tonight, 7 p.m. Don't you dare say no. I stared at those words, my stomach already knotting. Being the successful one in the family meant every emergency meeting inevitably led to the same thing. Someone needed money. Again. My name is Zara, and I've spent the last decade being my family's personal ATM. While they see a thriving businesswoman who has it easy, they don't see the 80-hour weeks or the sacrifices I've made to build my consulting firm from scratch. You're not seriously going, are you? Sierra asked, watching me gather my things from across our shared office space. That's the third emergency this month. What choice do I have? I sighed, slipping on my blazer. Last time I missed one, Dad didn't speak to me for 2 weeks. Maybe that wasn't such a bad thing, she muttered, but I pretended not to hear. I arrived at Christine's house at 7:05 p.m. Everyone was already there, scattered around her living room like vultures waiting to feast. Theo sprawled on the couch, probably hiding another betting slip in his pocket. Adeline sat cross-legged on the floor, perfectly manicured nails tapping away at her phone. Dad occupied his usual armchair, looking stern as ever. Finally, Christine exclaimed. We've been waiting. Some of us have to work, I replied, choosing to stand rather than sit. What's the emergency? We're planning a family reunion, Adeline piped up, finally looking up from her phone. Everyone's coming. Aunts, uncles, cousins, even Great-Aunt Martha. I waited for the other shoe to drop. We need you to fund it, Christine said, as if announcing the weather. The venue alone is $5,000, and then there's catering, decorations. No. The word left my mouth before I could stop it. The room fell silent. 5 pairs of eyes stared at me in disbelief. What do you mean, no? Theo sat up straight. It's for family. I mean no, I repeated, stronger this time. I'm done being the family bank. Christine's face reddened. After everything we've done for you. Everything you've done for me? I laughed, but there was no humour in it. Like what, Christine? Like borrowing 10 grand for your business venture that never happened? Or you, Theo, the gambling debt I covered last Christmas? That's different, Theo protested. I was in trouble. You're always in trouble, my voice rose. All of you. Always needing something, always taking, never giving back. I'm tired of it. Zara. Dad's voice carried that familiar note of disapproval. This is about family unity. Your mother would have wanted... Don't. I held up my hand. Don't you dare use Mom to manipulate me. She would have wanted you all to stand on your own 2 feet. You've changed, Adeline said quietly. Success has made you selfish. That word, selfish, hit me like a slap. I'd heard it so many times over the years whenever I dared to say no, whenever I tried to set boundaries. You want to talk about selfish? I grabbed my purse. Look in the mirror, all of you, I'm done. If you walk out that door, Christine called after me, don't expect us to be there when you need us. I paused at the doorway, turning back one last time. When have you ever been there when I needed you? The door slammed behind me with a satisfying bang. In my car, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I felt something shift inside me. Years of resentment crystallized into determination. My phone buzzed continuously, messages from all of them, ranging from guilt trips to outright threats. I switched it off. At home, I poured myself a glass of wine and called Sierra. "How bad was it?" she asked. "I finally did it," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice was. "I said no." "About damn time," she paused. "Are you okay?" "No," I admitted, "but I will be. They need to learn they can't keep using me like this. They need to learn about consequences." "What are you going to do?" I took a long sip of wine, an idea forming in my mind. "I'm going to teach them a lesson they'll never forget, something that will either make them or break them." "Zara." Sierra's voice held a note of warning. "Don't worry," I said, already opening my laptop. "This isn't about revenge. It's about growth. They just don't know it yet." As I began typing, I felt lighter than I had in years. Sometimes, the kindest thing you can do for someone is to stop enabling them. And if my plan worked, my family would thank me for it someday, or hate me forever. Either way, I was done being their safety net. The fluorescent lights of the emergency room buzzed overhead as I tried to make sense of what had happened. 1 minute I was presenting to clients, the next I was doubled over, unable to breathe. Now here I was, hooked up to monitors, watching my blood pressure numbers dance across the screen. "Ms. Whitney?" A doctor in blue scrubs approached my bed. "I'm Dr. Reynolds. Your test results show you've experienced a severe panic attack, complicated by exhaustion and dangerously high stress levels." I almost laughed. "Stress? I can't be here for stress. I have meetings tomorrow, deadlines." "You're not going anywhere," he interrupted firmly. "Your body is sending you a clear message. Ignore it, and next time could be much worse." A nurse appeared with admission papers. "We're keeping you for observation, at least 48 hours. My phone lit up again. Another message from Christine. I'd been ignoring them all week, but curiosity got the better of me. "Hope you're proud of yourself. Dad's devastated. The reunion's cancelled. Thanks to you." The monitor beeped as my heart rate spiked. "I'll take that," the nurse said, plucking the phone from my hands. "Doctor's orders, no stress triggers." Later that evening, Sierra arrived with an overnight bag and my laptop. "Don't even think about working," she warned, seeing my eyes light up at the sight of my computer. "But I thought you might want to handle some personal matters." "Like what?" She sat on the edge of my bed, her expression serious. "Like your will, Zara. This is a wake-up call. What if it had been something worse?" I started to protest, but the words died in my throat. She was right. If something happened to me, my family would tear each other apart over my assets. "I need a lawyer," I said finally. "Already called Barrett," Sierra replied. "He's on his way." Barrett arrived an hour later, leather briefcase in hand. As Emery's brother and a family friend, he knew exactly what I was dealing with. "Interesting timing," he said, pulling up a chair. "Emery told me about the reunion drama." "Then you understand why this needs to be done carefully," I replied. "I want to help them, Barrett, but not in the way they expect." He opened his briefcase. "I'm listening." For the next 2 hours, we crafted something that was part will, part intervention. Each family member would receive a letter leading them to a specific charity or organization that mirrored their personal struggles. "Christine needs to understand what real need looks like," I explained, watching Barrett take notes. "Send her to the women's shelter downtown. Theo should work with gambling addiction support groups. Adeline," I paused. "Youth self-esteem programs. She needs to see beyond appearances." "And the inheritance?" Barrett asked. "They'll get it, but only after 6 months of documented volunteer work with their assigned organizations. No shortcuts, no buying their way out." Barrett whistled low. "They're going to be furious." "Good," I said, feeling a strange calm settle over me. Maybe fury will motivate them to change. "What about your father?" I closed my eyes briefly. "The Veterans Center. He needs to remember what real sacrifice looks like." As Barrett drafted the document, Sierra squeezed my hand. "Are you sure about this?" "For the first time in years, yes." I opened my eyes, looking at the hospital ceiling. They need this. I need this. There's one more thing, Barrett said, looking up from his paperwork. To make this legally binding, we need to inform them while you're still in the hospital. It adds weight to the situation. You want me to tell them now? He nodded. I'll call them in tomorrow. Let them think it's worse than it is. Sometimes people need a shock to wake them up. The thought of facing them made my chest tight, but the monitor's steady beeping reminded me why I was here in the first place. Do it, I said. Call them all in. It's time they understood what they've done to me. After they left, I lay in the darkness, listening to the quiet hum of hospital machinery. My phone sat silent in the drawer, but I could imagine the messages piling up, the missed calls, the family group chat exploding with drama. For the first time since Mom died, I felt like I was taking control back. Maybe it was the medication, maybe it was the exhaustion, but I smiled as I drifted off to sleep. Tomorrow everything would change. They'd either hate me for it or thank me later, but either way, I was done being their crutch. Sometimes the biggest act of love is forcing people to stand on their own. The thought followed me into my dreams, where for once I wasn't running to anyone's rescue. I was simply standing still, watching them learn to save themselves. They filed into my hospital room like mourners at a funeral, faces drawn with worry and barely concealed expectation. Christine clutched her designer handbag like a shield. Theo couldn't stop fidgeting. Adeline kept glancing at her reflection in the window. Dad took the chair closest to my bed, trying to look concerned rather than calculating. Barrett stood by the window, briefcase ready. Sierra positioned herself near the door, arms crossed, watching. "Oh, sweetie," Christine started, her voice dripping with manufactured sympathy. "Why didn't you tell us you were so ill?" "Because I'm not," I replied flatly. "I'm here because of stress. Because of you. All of you." The room fell silent. "What's he doing here?" Theo asked, jerking his chin toward Barrett. "I've asked Barrett to help me revise my will," I said, watching their expressions shift. "Recent events have made me realize some changes are necessary." Christine straightened up immediately. "Of course you need to protect your assets. I completely understand. Let me finish," I cut her off. "Barrett, the letters, please." He opened his briefcase and distributed 4 sealed envelopes. My family stared at them like they might explode. "Open them," I instructed. The sound of tearing paper filled the room. I watched their faces transform as they read, confusion, shock, anger, disbelief. "This is a joke, right?" Adeline was the first to speak. "You want me to work at some youth centre? For 6 months? A gambling addiction centre?" Theo crumpled his letter. "Have you lost your mind?" Christine's face had gone pale. "A women's shelter? I don't— You can and you will," I said firmly. "If you want any part of my estate, these are my terms. 6 months of documented volunteer work at your assigned organisations. No exceptions, no buying your way out." "This is ridiculous," Dad exploded, waving his letter. "The Veterans Centre? I served my country." "Exactly," I interrupted. "So, you should have no problem serving again, this time by helping others who've sacrificed everything." "And if we refuse," Christine demanded, "then you get nothing." I kept my voice steady. "My entire estate will go to these organisations instead." "You can't do this." Theo stood up, pacing. "It's not legal." "Actually," Barrett stepped forward, "it's completely legal. I've drawn up all the necessary documentation. Zara's conditions are clear and binding." "This is revenge," Adeline accused, tears smearing her perfect makeup. "For the reunion thing." "No," I said softly. "This is an intervention. Look at yourselves. Really look. Christine, when's the last time you earned your own money? Theo, how many times have I bailed you out? Adeline, do you even know who you are beneath all that superficial perfection? And me?" Dad's voice was dangerous and low. "What's my great sin?" "Enabling them," I replied, "teaching them that taking from others is easier than standing on their own feet." "You're our sister," Christine pleaded. "Our daughter. Family helps family." I'm not helping by being your human ATM. I gestured at the hospital room. Look where it's gotten me. This stops now. Sierra stepped forward. I think Zara needs to rest. You all have your letters. The choice is yours. Choice? Theo laughed bitterly. This is blackmail. No, I corrected him. This is tough love. Something I should have done years ago. They left one by one, Dad last of all. He paused at the door, looking back at me with an expression I couldn't read. Your mother would be ashamed, he said quietly. No, Dad, I replied, feeling tears prick my eyes. Mum would have done this years ago. She was stronger than any of us. After they left, Sierra sat on the edge of my bed. Well, that went about as well as expected. Barrett gathered his papers. They'll come around. Or they won't. Either way, you've done the right thing. Have I? I whispered, suddenly uncertain. You should have seen their faces. I did, Sierra squeezed my hand, and beneath all that anger I saw something else. Fear, because for the first time, they're facing consequences. My phone buzzed. A message from Emery. Barrett told me what you did. About time someone shook them up. I'm here if you need me. I smiled slightly, remembering why Emery was the only family member who didn't get a letter. He'd built his business from scratch, never asking for handouts. Get some rest, Sierra ordered. The hard part's over. But as I lay there watching the sun set through my hospital window, I knew she was wrong. The hard part was just beginning. For all of us. 2 weeks after my hospital release, Sierra drove me to the women's shelter where Christine was supposed to be volunteering. We sat in the car watching the entrance. She won't show, I said, checking my watch. $10 says you're wrong, Sierra replied, pointing at a familiar figure hurrying up the street. Christine looked different. No designer bag, no expensive jewellery. Her hair was pulled back in a simple ponytail, and she wore jeans and a plain sweater. She hesitated at the entrance, then squared her shoulders and went inside. Well, I'll be damned, I muttered. 1 down, 3 to go, Sierra said, starting the car. Where to next? The gambling addiction centre was across town. We found Theo outside smoking a cigarette, deep in conversation with an older man. As we watched, the man broke down crying. Theo awkwardly patted his shoulder, then pulled out his phone and appeared to be showing him something. That's Marcus, a voice said behind us. We turned to see the centre's director. Your brother's been helping him set up a budgeting app. Seems Theo has quite a knack for connecting with our members. Takes one to know one, I suppose. My throat tightened. He's actually showing up regularly? 3 times a week like clockwork. Even started attending the sessions himself. The youth centre was next. Through the window we spotted Adeline sitting in a circle with teenage girls. Her face was bare of makeup, and she was gesturing animatedly as she spoke. One of the girls wiped away tears while nodding. What's she saying? I wondered aloud. A staff member passing by overheard me, sharing her story about social media addiction and body image issues. The girls really relate to her. She's organising a real beauty workshop for next week. Adeline, my sister Adeline, the woman nodded. She's been a revelation. Says she's finally finding purpose beyond her Instagram followers. Last stop was the Veterans Centre. My stomach churned as we pulled into the parking lot. Dad's car was there, but so were several others I recognised from family gatherings. Inside, we found Dad in the recreation room, playing chess with an elderly veteran. Uncle Rob was helping with physical therapy, and Aunt Jane was organising care packages. Your father's been talking up the centre to everyone he knows, the coordinator told me. He's recruited half his golf club as volunteers. Says it reminds him of the camaraderie he felt in service. I don't understand, I said to Sierra as we left. They're actually doing it. All of them. Maybe they needed a push, she suggested. Or maybe they needed purpose more than they needed money. That evening, my phone lit up with a message from Christine. Met a woman today. 3 kids escaping abuse. Reminded me of Mom before she met Dad. Never realised how lucky we were. Then Theo. Helped a guy today. He lost everything to betting, just like I almost did. Feels good to be on the other side. Adeline sent a selfie, her face natural, surrounded by smiling teenage girls. They think I'm inspiring them, but it's the other way around. Dad's message was last and shortest. Your mother would be proud. of all of us. I sat on my couch reading and rereading the messages. Sierra brought me a glass of wine. "Having second thoughts about your revenge plan?" she asked. "It wasn't about revenge," I protested. "Not really." "No?" She raised an eyebrow. "Okay, maybe a little," I admitted. "But I never expected this." My phone buzzed again. A message from Barrett. "Emery and I dropped by the Veterans Centre today. Your dad introduced us to everyone as my daughter's family. First time he's acknowledged me as anything but his lawyer." "You know what the funny thing is?" I said to Sierra. "I thought I was teaching them a lesson about money, about not depending on me, but they're learning something else entirely. They're learning who they are without the safety net," Sierra nodded, "without the roles they've been playing their whole lives. The entitled sister, the gambling brother, the vain sister, the demanding father." I took a sip of wine. Maybe those were just masks they got stuck behind. "And what about you?" Sierra asked. "What mask are you taking off?" I thought about it. The savior, the ATM, the one who always has to fix everything. "And how does it feel?" I smiled, remembering Christine's message, Theo's determination, Adeline's bare face, Dad's simple words. "It feels like freedom," I said. "For all of us." Sierra raised her glass. "To freedom, then. And to karma, which turns out to be a better teacher than any of us could have planned." We clinked glasses, and I felt the last knot of tension in my chest finally begin to unwind. Sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's giving people the chance to surprise themselves. The family meeting wasn't my idea. Christine called it. 1 month into their volunteer work. This time we met at my house. Neutral territory. They arrived together and I barely recognized them. Christine's designer clothes had been replaced with practical wear. Theo's nervous energy had calmed, and Adeline's face showed actual laugh lines instead of Botox. "We need to talk," Christine said as they settled into my living room, "about what you did to us." I braced myself. "Okay, talk." "You manipulated us," Theo started. "Used your money to force us into this." "You're right," I admitted. "I did." "You had no right," Adeline added, but her voice lacked its usual bite. "Maybe not," I agreed. "But tell me honestly, would you have done any of this otherwise?" Silence filled the room. "I met a woman today," Christine said suddenly. She reminded me of me, constantly asking her sister for money, making excuses, playing victim. I watched her and felt ashamed. "At least you didn't gamble away your kid's college fund," Theo muttered. "Had to talk down a guy today who did exactly that. Kept thinking about all the times I promised to stop betting, all the times you bailed me out." "My girls," Adeline said softly. She'd started calling the teenagers at the centre her girls. "They showed me their Instagram accounts today, all the filters, the editing. I saw myself in every single one of them. That desperate need to be perfect." Dad cleared his throat. "The men at the centre. Some of them lost everything. Family, homes, dignity. And here I was, treating my own daughter like a bank." "I didn't do this to punish you," I said, feeling tears prick my eyes. "I did it because we were all drowning. Me trying to save everyone. You expecting to be saved." "You could have just talked to us," Christine protested. "Would you have listened?" I asked. "Or would you have called me selfish again, manipulated me with guilt until I gave in, like you always did?" More silence. "I hate what you did," Theo said finally, "but I needed it. We all did." "The funny thing is," Adeline added, "I don't even care about the inheritance anymore. These kids, they need me. Really need me. Not my money, not my connections, just me. That's what Mum always tried to teach us," Dad said quietly. "Service to others. Remember how she volunteered everywhere? We used to think she was wasting her time." "She was the strong one," I said. "I just copied her playbook." Christine stood up suddenly. "I'm angry at you, Zara. For the manipulation, for the ultimatum. But I'm also grateful. And I don't know how to feel about that." "Welcome to personal growth," I replied. "It's messy. The shelter needs help renovating their children's playroom, Christine said after a moment. I was thinking maybe we could all pitch in. As a family. My girls could paint a mural, Adeline offered. They're amazing artists. Some of the guys from the centre are good with construction, Dad added. I could ask them to supervise. I can handle the budget, Theo said. Make sure we get the most value for our money. I sat back, watching them plan, their excitement building. Sierra's words echoed in my mind. Maybe they needed purpose more than they needed money. One condition, I said, interrupting their planning. Whatever we do it together. No more divisions, no more keeping score. Does this mean you're speaking to us again? Adeline asked hopefully. I never stopped speaking to you, I corrected. I just stopped enabling you. There's a difference. Dad stood up, walking to where I sat. His eyes were wet. I failed you as a father. Failed all of you, really. Got so caught up in what we were entitled to, I forgot what we were capable of. We all failed each other, I said, standing to hug him. But we're fixing it now. One by one, they joined the hug until we were all tangled together, laughing and crying at the same time. So, Christine said as we finally broke apart, about that playroom renovation. I'll call Barrett, I offered. He can help with any permits we need. And Emery, Adeline added. He's good at organising projects. As they left that evening, making plans and assigning tasks, I felt something shift in the air. The old dynamics of resentment and dependency were being replaced by something new, something healthier. My phone buzzed with a message from Sierra. How did it go? I typed back. They're still mad, but they're also grateful. And maybe that's exactly where we need to be right now. Because sometimes the best families are the ones that break apart and rebuild themselves, stronger than before. The women's shelter playroom transformation was in full swing when I arrived that Saturday morning. Paint cans, drop cloths, and tools cluttered the space, but what caught my attention was my family, actually working together. Adeline stood on a ladder, directing her teenage artists as they sketched a forest scene across one wall. Their design incorporated inspiring words hidden among the trees: strength, hope, dream. Look who finally showed up, Christine called out, roller in hand. We started without you. Someone had to bring coffee, I said, holding up the carrier of drinks. Where's Theo? Outside with Dad and the veterans building the storage units, she replied. They're like a well-oiled machine out there. I headed to the courtyard, where Dad was showing two teenagers how to measure wood properly while Theo calculated materials with a contractor. No, see, if we adjust this design slightly, Theo was saying, we can save 20% on materials without compromising quality. The contractor nodded approvingly. You've got a good head for this, son. Dad spotted me and waved. Perfect timing. We need another set of hands. For the next few hours, I moved between groups, painting, building, and watching my family in their element. Christine organised donations of toys and books, handling everything with the same efficiency she once applied to shopping sprees. Maria's coming in today, she told me during a water break. The woman I mentioned? With 3 kids. The one who reminded you of Mum, she nodded. We found her a job. Administrative work at a law firm. She starts Monday. You did that? We did that, she corrected. The shelter staff and I. Turns out my networking skills are good for something besides finding the next designer sale. Inside, Adeline was sitting with her girls during their break, showing them something on her phone. That's me at your age, she said. All those filters, all that makeup. I thought it made me special. Now I look at it and don't even recognize myself. But you're so pretty without all that stuff, one girl said. Adeline's smile was genuine. Took me 30 years and a very stubborn sister to figure that out. By late afternoon, the playroom had transformed. Bright murals covered the walls, new storage units lined up neatly, and donated toys filled fresh-painted shelves. Dad and his veteran friends had even installed a reading nook with cushions. This is incredible, the shelter director said, wiping tears. The children, they've never had anything like this. We're not done yet, Theo announced. The guys from my support group, they're organising a fundraiser, gaming tournament, all proceeds to the shelter. And my girls want to start a weekly art therapy session, Adeline added. The veterans offered to do security upgrades, Dad said. Free of charge. I stood back, watching them plan and organise, no one asking me for money or solutions. Sierra appeared beside me, camera in hand. She'd been documenting the day. Still think this was about revenge? She asked quietly. Before I could answer, a commotion at the door drew our attention. Maria, the woman Christine had mentioned, stood there with her children, their eyes wide at the transformed space. Welcome home, Christine said warmly, leading them in. The youngest child, a girl about 6, ran straight to the reading nook. Mommy, look, books! Maria burst into tears. Christine hugged her while Adeline entertained the other children, showing them the mural's hidden words. Theo and Dad started explaining the new storage systems designed specifically for families starting over. No, I finally answered Sierra. This was never about revenge, this was about breaking patterns. Look at them, really look. Christine, once so focused on appearances, comforting a woman in worn clothes and unwashed hair. Theo, who gambled away thousands, now proudly showing off budget-conscious designs. Adeline, teaching young girls to see their natural beauty. Dad, serving others instead of demanding service. Your mum would have loved this, Sierra said, snapping another photo. She did love this, I replied. She tried to show us all along. We just weren't ready to see it. My phone buzzed. A message from Barrett. Permits came through for the shelter's kitchen renovation. Ready when you are. I looked at my family, all engaged in their tasks, all finding their own ways to help. No one had asked me to fund the kitchen renovation. No one had demanded I fix everything. Tell them we'll start planning next week, I typed back. The whole family wants to help, because that's what we'd become. Finally, truly, a family. Not bound by obligation or money, but by the simple act of helping others, and in doing so, helping ourselves. Hey, Zara, Adeline called out. Stop standing around and come help us organise these art supplies. I smiled and joined them, just one more pair of hands in a room full of people learning to give instead of take. The 6-month mark arrived faster than any of us expected. Barrett called a meeting at his office to discuss the completion of their volunteer requirements, but my family had other plans. We want to meet at the shelter instead, Christine informed me. There's something you need to see. I arrived to find not just my immediate family, but a crowd of familiar and new faces. Maria and her children, the teenage artists, veterans from Dad's centre, people from Theo's support group, all mingling in the shelter's newly renovated community room. Surprise! Adeline called out, pulling me inside. We're celebrating. Celebrating what? I asked, taking in the decorations and food spread. 6 months of transformation, Christine said, appearing with a folder. And we have something to show you. She opened the folder and pulled out a stack of papers. These are the shelter's statistics since we started volunteering. Successful job placements up 40%, housing placements up 50%. Theo stepped forward with his own documentation. 12 of my group members have been gambling free for 3 months or more. We've started a financial literacy program. My girls, Adeline beamed, gesturing to the teenagers who are now setting up an art display, are all passing their classes. 3 got college acceptance letters last week. Dad cleared his throat. The Veterans Centre has doubled its volunteer base. We're opening a new wing next month. What are you all saying? I asked, though I already knew. We're saying we're not stopping, Christine declared. Papers or no papers, inheritance or no inheritance, we're committed now. You can't make us quit, Theo added with a grin. We're officially addicted to helping people. Speaking of addiction, a man stepped forward, one of Theo's group members. Your brother saved my life. Literally. I was contemplating suicide when he talked me down, showed me there was hope. Maria hugged Christine. I start my management training next week. My kids are in school, we have our own apartment, and it's all because she believed in me. One of Adeline's teens spoke up. I haven't used a filter on my photos in 2 months. I like my real face now. A veteran patted Dad's shoulder. This guy reminded us we still have value. We're not forgotten soldiers anymore. I felt tears welling up as more people stepped forward, each with a story about how my family had impacted their lives. But here's the real kicker, Christine said, pulling out one final document. We've started a foundation. All of us together. The paperwork just came through. A foundation? I whispered. The Whitney Family Foundation for Community Empowerment, Theo announced proudly. We're pooling our resources, not just money, but skills, connections, time. And guess what? Adeline added. We've already received our first major donation. From Emery's company. Barrett stepped forward, more papers in hand. So, about that inheritance. Keep it, Christine interrupted. All of it. Add it to the foundation's funds. Are you sure? I asked, looking at each of them. That's a lot of money. Money we didn't earn, Dad said firmly. Money we don't need anymore. We've found something better. Besides, Theo laughed, we're all making our own money now. Christine's starting a job placement program. I'm consulting for financial literacy projects. Adeline's got her youth mentoring certification. And I'm teaching veterans how to start small businesses, Dad finished. Turns out retirement was boring anyway. Sierra, who had been quietly filming everything, spoke up. So, Zara, still think your hospital bed scheme was too harsh? I looked around the room. At my family, at the lives they'd touched, at the community they'd built. I thought I was teaching them a lesson about money. They taught me one about purpose instead. You gave us a gift, Christine said, hugging me. A kick in the pants we desperately needed. The best kind of revenge, Theo added, is watching people become better than you ever imagined they could be. Even if we hated you a little bit at first, Adeline admitted. A lot at first, Dad corrected, pulling me into a bear hug. But that's what good parents do, isn't it? Push their children to be better. You did for us what your mother would have done. The celebration continued around us, people sharing stories, making plans, building connections. My family moved through the crowd with confidence and purpose, no longer seeking validation through money or status. So, Barrett said quietly, holding up the inheritance papers, what should I do with these? I watched Christine comforting a new shelter resident, Theo mentoring a young man about budgeting, Adeline leading an impromptu self-esteem workshop, and Dad sharing war stories with his veterans. Shred them, I said. They don't need my money anymore. They've found their own wealth. The autumn breeze carried the sound of laughter from the shelter's courtyard, where Dad and his veterans were setting up tables for the foundation's first official fundraising gala. Christine darted around with her clipboard, directing caterers and volunteers with the same intensity she once reserved for shopping sprees. The mayor's confirmed, she announced, pausing beside me, and 3 city council members. Remember when you used to get this excited about sample sales? I teased. She rolled her eyes. Don't remind me. Maria's handling the guest list, by the way. She's amazing at organisation. Speaking of amazing, Theo called out, jogging over with his phone, the online donations just hit 6 figures. The gaming tournament was a huge success. Inside, Adeline and her girls were putting final touches on an art installation, photographs and stories of lives transformed through the foundation's work. No filters, no pretense, just raw humanity. Look who clean up nice, Sierra said, filming as the teens emerged from the shelter's new career closet in professional attire. They'd be serving as hosts tonight, sharing their stories with potential donors. My daughter got her first job interview tomorrow, Maria told me proudly, adjusting one girl's blazer. Christine's been coaching her. The shelter director pulled me aside, tears in her eyes. When your family first started volunteering, I thought it was just rich people doing community service for show. I've never been happier to be wrong. Dad appeared, looking dapper in his suit. The veterans brought extra chairs, though I think they're really here for the food. Better than military rations, one of them shouted, making everyone laugh. Barrett and Emery arrived early, carrying boxes of promotional materials for the foundation. Wait until you see the video Sierra edited, Barrett said. There won't be a dry eye in the house. As evening fell and guests began arriving, I watched my family work the room. Christine introduced Maria to potential employers, her networking skills now serving a greater purpose. Theo shared success stories from his financial literacy program. While Adeline's teens proudly showed off their art and achievements, Dad stood with his veterans explaining their business mentorship program to impressed investors. "These men and women sacrificed everything for our country," he said. "The least we can do is help them rebuild their lives." "Quite a change from the family that used to beg you for money," Sierra observed, capturing everything on camera. Before I could respond, the mayor stepped up to the microphone. "I've seen many community initiatives in my career, but the Whitney Family Foundation is unique. It's not just about throwing money at problems. It's about personal investment, about transformation from within." Christine took the stage next. "6 months ago, my sister Zara taught us a hard lesson about privilege and responsibility. She forced us to confront our own failures and find purpose beyond wealth. Tonight, we're not asking for handouts. We're offering partnership in changing lives." Theo followed with statistics about their impact: jobs created, homes secured, addictions overcome. Adeline's girls shared their journeys from insecurity to confidence. Dad introduced veterans who'd started successful businesses. "None of this would have happened," Christine concluded, "if our sister hadn't had the courage to push us off our pedestals. We thought she was punishing us. Instead, she gave us the greatest gift possible: the chance to become better people." The applause was thunderous. Donations poured in. But what moved me most was watching my family throughout the evening. Christine mentoring Maria's daughter, Theo counseling a young man about gambling temptation, Adeline encouraging a shy teen to share her artwork, Dad proudly introducing his veterans to business contacts. As the event wound down, we gathered in the playroom we'd renovated together, the place where our transformation had really begun. "Remember when we thought this was just about inheritance?" Theo laughed. "Remember when we hated Zara for manipulating us?" Adeline added. "Remember when we thought money was the only way to measure success?" Christine mused. Dad pulled me into a hug. "Remember when I said your mother would be ashamed? I was wrong. She's probably up there right now saying, 'I told you so.'" Sierra lowered her camera. "So was it worth it? The hospital stay, the tough love, the risk of losing your family?" I looked around the room, at Christine and Maria planning their next job fair, at Theo teaching budgeting to shelter residents, at Adeline removing the last traces of her Instagram influencer life, at Dad finally being the leader he was meant to be. "I didn't lose my family," I said. "I found them. We all did." Because sometimes the greatest act of love isn't giving people what they want, it's giving them what they need to become who they're meant to be. And sometimes, the sweetest revenge is watching that transformation unfold, one changed life at a time.